Okay, going to start streaming. And, dang it. Hopefully, I can get, like, a link to it. Might have to go to my own channel to do it. It's annoying, because the older stream studio, I could do this without doing going to my channel, but no. Anyway, bathroom? No, not bathroom. Stream is starting. And now to link that everywhere.
Oh, yeah, guessing we're still waiting for Mary, of course.
Oh, yeah. She will be here in a few minutes. For the stream people who are here. Yeah, welcome to the political stream. That is also Dragon Quest for some reason.
Of course.
House of Ass. I've sure made good life decisions. For example, the other day I bought Final Fantasy 13 2, the story so far. It's pretty bad. Well, yeah, pretty bad. I guess I bought it because I like bad games. This isn't a bad game, by the way, in case anyone who came in is wondering. Yeah, so our third person will be here in a bit. She is dealing with a bird that is in her house somehow. I don't know what happened there either. Maybe she can explain it. Gotta. Okay, now to go to my stream place. Oh, the current resolution is not optimal. Yeah, okay, fine. That's fine. I've never done things optimal ever. Oh, I should probably just delete these old files. Or I pressed the B button by accident. And it's going to... delete butt. Yeah, the color is going to appear later.
Alright.
What should we name our character? 4 letters only.
4 letters. Great. I guess now I'm thinking about but probably something new, but at the same time my mind just keeps going to certain 4-letter words.
If only a name could be 4 letters.
Hello, friends.
Ah, there's
Hello.
Mary. Mary, do you know of any 4-letter names?
Well, nah. I don't have any good ideas. When I'm playing, well, Dragon Warrior Monsters, I just use my own name.
Bodo. Text speed,
Look
let's
at this
keep it slow.
photograph. Oh, we're going slow.
Anyway, there's a dragon.
Okay, you got the maximum. Yeah.
And he grabbed the white ball of... Why is the graphics fucking up?
Dragon Ball.
That
Oh, it's
sure
a
is
party.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it's me, Papyrus. Oh, there it is.
Papyrus from Earth Fries.
You know, this is really cute. Like, I played the Nintendo version.
Oh,
Or
and now the
Nintendo
colors are...
game system. And there was a cutscene.
So, for whatever reason, on Visual Boy Advance, they make us look at the intro of the game before doing the color right.
That's
Boto.
a decision.
Anyway, here's what the cutscene's
Oh.
supposed to look like.
It looked alright, and you know, the
Yeah, now he has the demon sphere.
palette.
Yeah. Yeah, it did look pretty good in Monaco, but this is good too. Also,
Dragons.
Papyrus. And the dragons are cute.
Yeah, they were asking if she had a screwdriver. Welcome. In the distant past. Oh crap, we time traveled. The gods gave Loto the light orb. With it, he drove away the
It was
monsters.
actually meant to be a joke about that. Okay, sure.
That laid siege to the land. But Draco Lord, evil incarnate, I think you're being a little harsh to Draco Lord. Emerged
I
from...
see. Living in YouTube. Sorry, I was just wondering what your Twitch was, and it's... Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Mary, can you turn yourself up a bit? You seem a little quiet.
You can write from the Discord.
Yeah, I did
Stream, you
that.
can right-click.
It's maxed.
Yeah. I've just installed a Windows update, so it might have just changed all of my settings again.
Windows. Darkness will swallow the world. And we don't like war here. Extinction will soon. Brave Boto, we implore you to defeat Dracolord and recover the Light Orb. Take what you find in the chest. They should help you on the quest. Speak to those in my chamber. They will give you worldly advice. What does that mean?
Hang on, am I the one causing this echo here?
Oh, you're hearing an echo?
Yeah, I'm hearing my own voice and I don't like it.
Hold on. I might have to put in my, Yeah, I'm looking at you in the YouTube chat, Andy.
Yeah, I was trying to open the YouTube chat, so I thought, did I break this?
So apparently, the Draco Lord is like maybe a dragon, maybe. I don't know,
Or he
they're
just
so
thinks-
subtle about it.
Or maybe he thinks dragons are cool.
Anyway, putting in my headphones.
Oh.
Okay, do you hear an echo now?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Yep. No, I'm not hearing the echo at least.
And hearing what you said a minute ago, you're looking at the YouTube chat, so... No, honestly, this is the first time I've heard my own voice in a long time. Like a recording of it. And I feel less horrible about it than before, so that's good.
Yay.
Lady
Except
Laura
it's
is
still very annoying to hear.
Yeah.
After the Queen's passing, she has been the King's source of support. Been half a year since she was abducted by foul monsters. Oh jeez, wow, the King didn't really waited on that. Makes no mention of it, I can't begin to imagine the torment he must be feeling.
Well, to be fair, how many chosen heroes do you happen upon?
A lot! He's the
I
king!
see. It was me.
Anyway,
Oh yeah, no,
120G.
yay. I was gonna
When I
say,
was trying to
isn't your
open the
stats
YouTube,
deter-
Our
my
stats-
fault that it actually had 2 tabs open. So
Oh,
I was
of
hearing
course.
one of them.
Oh no.
I'd muted the other one, and then I realized, oh, I've got this other window open. What's in it? And it's the same video.
Anyway, we've
Ah,
got.
Nope. Key.
I don't know how to turn up my volume because there is a setting somewhere in Windows that lets me do that.
You sound better anyway.
I don't know if that's just I'm talking louder now.
Anyway.
The search function.
No, I'm
Yeah.
at 100% volume, so I have no idea.
Mic volume?
I've checked all the microphone volume changes I could make, and yeah.
Well, anyway, here's our stats. Notice our defense stat. It's pathetic.
Oh wow. Is it your...
We-
I partially remember your stats, at least in the original game. I might be thinking about another game of it being determined by like what you name your character.
Is it?
Yeah, I know. I think at least one of the Dragon Quests, that was like how it worked. Like depending on your name, it kind of developed your random stats.
Really?
Or I guess
which
not
is
so random.
Patches your stat, your random from a name, I guess.
So,
Yeah, from the characters.
so,
You know, fair enough. That's one way to have somewhat random stats.
so total dick move by the king here. He put a locked door in front of us and gave us a key. Now the key is gone.
Yep, you gotta love the key-eating locks in Dragon Quest. Do they ever get rid of the key-eating locks in the series?
They're
I've
only in
played
the
up to
first
5.
game.
You can unlock your front door.
Wait, they're only in
once.
are they only in the first game?
Yeah.
I vaguely remember needing to get keys in...
A lot
The
of
second
other
game.
RPGs
Uh,
of this type and action RPGs have the, interchangeable antimatter keys. as
Uh,
they call.
in later Dragon Quest games, you get special keys that unlock locks forever. Anyway, here's some ice.
Yep. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, in this game you can also get a special key, but it's
In
hidden
the-
somewhere.
If it is in the game, I haven't found it, because you only get, like the disappearing keys.
Or it's in... Oh, what was I about to say? It may... Either it's only in the Nintendo version, or it's... Or I'm just thinking about, like, the guy you can buy keys from.
Yeah.
That you can just keep going to, keep buying more and more keys.
So that
I
guy-
remember him being hidden or something.
Oh, there
Or,
is a
like,
guy you
harder to
can...
do.
Imagine if that's how it worked in real life. You could open anyone's house and just go in there, but you'd have to buy a key every time. You don't pay
Gosh.
rent, you just buy more keys.
That's kind of what paying rent is. For
I
God's
don't know what
sake.
your landlord is telling you, but it's not.
No, what? Also, I'm gonna be real. Playing the older English version of Dragon Quest on the Nintendo version, it's weird seeing them not say like, speaking in like, oh, thou
I
hero,
must,
yeah, thou must. Like,
but I must.
I
Yeah.
love the fact that,
So,
yeah.
it is mentioned that people make copies of keys, of magical keys. In like a prequel game, they made like copies of magical keys, and the copies suck because they all disappear. Anyway,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that may be what I'm thinking about.
Hey, let's
Yeah.
just say, we do know at this guy.
Do you know? Do you know what yes or no is? Yes or is no? Is it yes or is no? Do you know where we am? No.
That was some rumor that the town is wiped out by monsters. Pretty sure that's not a rumor at all. Oh, look!
There's the key.
Yeah,
it's
if only the
any
king.
key, so-
If only the king wasn't a huge asshole and locked us in the room before we could use the key.
Can you imagine, like, talking to someone like, "Oh, thou must go save my daughter in the kingdom." Sir, why did you lock me in the room with you? Don't ask questions like that. Now,
I mean,
be
he
gone.
locks you in the rooms and you have to talk to him to proceed the plot. That's, that's the point. It's not a perfect system, but it's. I mean, this is Dragon Quest 1, yeah?
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 1 should be to do yet. So this door is locked. Ha! Your love is fragile.
I mean, fucking dying in a terrible monster apocalypse. I mean, like that's fair. Like that's fair. Just be like, yes, my hope for the future in the world is incredibly fragile in this very like messed up world we live in. Like that's fair. Oh wait.
And it's not eternal love if it ends when you die.
I mean, like, being honest about it isn't like a terrible thing, and what they want from each other, and what they can give for each other as well.
Eh. If it's not eternal, then say it's not eternal. Don't just say it will end if we die. Anyway, I'm gonna buy a club.
Nice. I almost forgot that. Well, okay, it has been years since I played Dragon Quest 1, but yeah, the club is better than your starting sword, right?
You
Or
don't
do
even
start
have.
with a sword.
Probably. Why
You
would
don't
you sell it if it wasn't?
You don't start
Yeah.
with a sword. You don't start with anything. In Wild Arms 1 and only Wild Arms 1, they explain that magical keys, duplicators, transform into the key that unlocks a single door and only that door. Magic goes away and all other doors need different keys. That's interesting.
I mean, I guess. It's just a kind of universal gameplay thing, you know?
They locked this guy in there. He's not coming out.
Maybe he locked himself in there.
If you come back later in the game, there's just a skeleton.
Maybe. And we got a warp wing.
Warp wing.
Warp wing?
That'll
I
warp
have
us
no
to
idea
the...
what you do in this
I'm surprised
game.
it's not called a dragon wing, or I
In-
vaguely remember it.
Have the space
Chimera
for
wings
that.
in later games. That's what they are.
They got 8 letters and they use 8 letters.
Yeah, true.
Watch for bridges. The more you cross and the farther you go, be faced with more and more powerful monsters.
Yeah, so I've mentioned I've played the Dragon Warrior Monster games, as in before they started translating it as Dragon Quest.
Huh.
And, well, those have warp wings too. In fact, they have pretty much most of the healing and utility items from these games, but they do slightly different things because it's a Pokemon-like game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, Pokemon's more of a Dragon Quest Monsters game.
Oh yeah, I suppose I did right first.
Because yeah, I believe it's Dragon Quest V that brought the whole like monster. That was like, I think that was the
Yeah,
inspiration for
Pokemon has been
Pokemon.
around
Oh
a
yeah.
long time.
Anyway, this
No?
woman's gonna creep on us. She's just following us.
She's just vibing.
D-scale. We're buying that.
Okay, that might be what I was thinking of. The D scale, but yeah, the wings. Yeah. Oh no, it have you?
Weapon, club. Nothing, nothing. Item. D-scale. Huh?
I
And
have
Oh,
no
weird.
idea what you're doing.
I equipped the D-scale.
Which is good, if I remember right.
We're
It
being
increases
ordered
your
to go to
defense.
the end.
Yep. This game has accessory slots, but it does not tell you about them. You just have to figure them out on your own.
Yeah. It's kind of rude. To be fair, maybe it says something in the manual, but thankfully, I think in the second game and then onward, they actually show the inventory slots for what they are, I think.
So,
Or it's like
Fun
better
fact,
explained.
in Final Fantasy VI, well, Final Fantasy III as it was originally translated over here, but in the Japanese version of that, there was a bug where you could equip any item as a helmet.
oh,
It was obviously fixed in translation, but for some reason, in the Japanese version of the game, you could just equip a drill and it was the best helmet in the game.
huh.
Huh.
Also in the original version of... if we go to the inn with the woman following us and sleep there, apparently we make a lot of noise. Because there's a woman creeping on us while we're sleeping. Anyway, look at our attack and
You wake up in the
defense
middle of the
now.
night and scream because she's standing there staring at you. It's unblinkingly.
And I think I bought too many torches. Oh, also she goes away if you go upstairs.
So she can't climb stairs.
Also, this guy shook.
He's terrified.
It's terror time again.
Wait, was that frog movie?
No, that was
Dang, Gareth.
Scooby-Doo.
Ah, it's Scooby-Doo, yeah. I was
Oh,
thinking of that
movie.
Agent,
Ah,
oh, there's a guy
Freddy
who's passed out.
Frog in FR07.
Oh yeah,
The
FR07.
weirdest movies I'm able to inflict on people.
The search party has been wiped out, man. They got so high.
This man's dying, and you're clowning on him.
Hell yeah, I am. Guardian was
Yeah, I've now seen Freddy as FR07 a grand total of 3 times because, well, there's only one person that showed up for the first stream of it, and that is far more than enough for a lifetime. It is not a good movie.
It's a wild movie, to be sure.
Oh, it's a wild movie.
Yeah,
and
it's
nobody
a
should
wild
ever watch it more than
experience.
once.
Rumor is you can buy keys in some town.
Wow.
Wow, that's great.
And people are talking about things that are going to happen later. study curse lifting spells. If you ever come get cursed, come here.
Learn the curse.
I think there's only one thing that could curse you in this game.
It's been so long that I have trouble remembering what that was. I think I got it though at some point.
Ah, got cursed.
It's pretty obvious that it can curse you.
Okay, then maybe if it's obvious, then I think I avoided it.
Press X to curse yourself.
Damn.
I need Loto's seal. We will get to the Puff Puff later.
Is there?
What? Is that Dragon Ball reference?
Oh no, it's Dragon Quest.
No, it's the Puff Puff is the weird euphemism that the old man, it's like a mutant Roshi uses for stuff like that.
I'm fighting a slime.
And of course nobody else knows what he's talking about because he's just a weirdo.
That's also in this game.
Yep.
I mean, they probably came out around the same time, so like I can easily imagine them being inspired by Dragon Ball. I don't remember when the first Dragon Quest came out, other than early 80s.
Red slime. Later games call this a she slime for some reason.
What? That's so weird.
Yeah.
I just remember it as like the red slime.
No.
Also, I remember the fight with the slimes taking longer actually on the Nintendo version of the game.
Yeah, the Nintendo version is much slower.
I did like the graphics though. I mean, I still appreciate the graphics here of just the monster and the scene behind them.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Also, I have a club. That may help things.
That probably does help things, because I think when I was playing, I was like, no, I'm gonna go
Yeah, I just checked.
grind for a bit. Yeah, Mary?
I checked, and it turns out Dragon Ball began in 1984, Dragon Quest in 1986.
Huh.
Of course, Akira Toriyama did go on to do a lot of the character design in later Dragon Warriors. Hence the, 4 faces he can draw.
Yep.
Like, he's got a good style, but even he admits he can only draw 4 faces at that point.
Yeah.
It's fine. Means
Promoted to level 2.
Oh, a promotion.
Promoted.
Promotion!
Promotion.
We only got hit points and strength out of that. That's not the worst level.
Yeah, getting hit points isn't bad.
And strength.
I forget when we get spells, because that's one thing I really enjoy about this game, is that, like, spells feel really powerful.
Oh, they are.
Honestly. Like, especially, like, from what I remember playing some Final Fantasies, like, like, spells are useful there, too, but it's like they feel stronger here, comparatively. Like, I know later on there's a boss fight that I was able to get lucky by putting a dragon to sleep, and then getting like 3 crits, and then before I woke up, I'm like, oh, it's not completely immune to sleep, is it?
Yeah, that's something good. Bosses are not immune to status effects. That's also something good about Earthbound.
Yeah, Final Fantasy, for the most part, goes the other way and just makes them blanket immune to everything.
Most of the time.
It doesn't
Sometimes,
really help.
sometimes bosses can be weak to certain status effects. Like, in Final Fantasy VII, Ruby Weapon is actually weak to Paralyze.
Oh,
The thing
interesting.
is, rare enough that you just don't think to use it at that point.
Yeah.
In something like this, or in the Persona games, they're very important.
Yeah.
SMT games very much want you to use buff and status. Anyway, so there are three types of land tiles. This is normal ground, which has low encounter rates. This is forest, which is medium encounter rates. This is hills, which is high encounter rates. And we can't cross this.
And as you know, tanks cannot cross hills. Forests obstruct fog of war. Oh, wrong game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also, I believe the quadrants of the map, or at least in the NES version, also determined like stuff about like monster encounters.
Sort of.
I think maybe right. Like,
It does. That does happen in the second Dragon Quest game. In this one, it's like, I guess it's quadrants and also bridges.
Yeah, that's why you got the hint in the first time saying when you cross bridges, monsters get more powerful.
yeah.
We need more red slimes. Also, you cannot check how much you need to level up unless you go to the king, who will tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just getting one experience at a time.
Not, do you feel safe enough to go fight maybe a Skeleton
Yeah,
slightly above the...
You're
Hopefully
terrified to
run the
leave,
Skeleton.
leave the first time until you're max level. It's Fantasy 3, Wrath of Nicodemus, a game that only I have played.
Final Fantasy 3? What?
No, Fantasy 3, PH Fantasy. It's
Oh, Fantasy 3.
turn-based RPG that I had on the Amiga at one point, and it was like I remember it being difficult as a kid, and I thought, you know, maybe it's just I didn't understand the mechanics, and then I looked up online. And it's oh no, you come across like groups of hundreds of enemies who each take turns just making cold shots to your limbs. And it's just like, yeah, 20 goblins shoot your leg, and then that permanently maims one of your characters. You can't heal it. And
Oh
Jesus.
god.
The only way you can heal it is with a cleric spell you don't get until level 20 or so, in a game that has a level cap of 30. And this is outside the
Oh.
first town. You can run into a group of 20 goblins who just all gang up on one of your mages and completely render them incapable of casting spells by breaking both their arms.
Oh no.
And it is just this absolute nightmare to play. So you would grind levels inside the starting town. And you wouldn't
Goodness.
leave until someone was max level.
That's oh good gosh.
Yeah, Jesus.
Game design.
I think I've mentioned it before, and I think Ree has played it, but otherwise I wouldn't expect anyone else to have, because it's
Yeah.
not the most well-known game because of that.
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah.
God, that game sounds brutal.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, most RPGs of that time were.
Anyway, let's save.
I mean, were they all that brutal though?
Not that brittle, but you know.
That is a
lot of
game
them
that hates
were. Like, any dungeon crawler that has an underwater level is going to get into this ridiculous death spiral where you drown to death forever.
Oh boy.
That was a lot of dungeon crawlers did that to show off, you know, that the Amiga could pull that off. So, yeah. Which is the main thing that kills, well, in Nightmare, that is KN Nightmare, you know, based on the British TV show of the same name, you could actually die in the starting room just because you have to climb onto a minecart and then get off it when it reaches the other end of the track, except if you try and move before you get to the end, you take damage. If you don't get off at the right time, it just starts going back immediately. and it's just absurd. But yeah, anyway, the real problem with that game was that a full quarter of the game was underwater. And you don't get like items that let you breathe underwater forever. You get a limited amount of breathe underwater potions. Just barely enough to get through the whole game if you collect all of them.
Jesus.
So by the time you get to that stage, you are likely to have most of your party drown to death. At least, you know, when you got through that, you could revive everyone as long as you had one person left. So the strategy was, well, you only get one person per dungeon, because everyone else is just a pile of skeletons.
Anyway, looking
Game
for
design.
stronger encounters now that I've... Ah, Draki!
Hey,
Yay! Love these little guys.
It's lasted longer than one turn. It lasted 2.
Which is honestly really good, because I remember having to grind a bit in the NES version to be able to do that.
NES version, less good. This version,
I still
spooky.
love the graphics of the NES version a bit more, to be honest.
That's fine.
But this is still really cute.
Got 8 monies instead of... what's my money now? 75? That's enough for an
you
armor.
have to go to the king to ask him how much money you've got.
No, I don't have to go to the king for that, at least. If I get
The
enough
king-
for a shield, I'm just getting the shield.
Oh yeah, the shield is nice.
Shield is like 90. No wait, no, that's not. SNES remake at First Town, you can meet up with an ardent female admirer who will tag along. You spend a night with her, the dialogues suggests you fucked her. Innkeeper, good morning, you were up late. Yeah. Both of them in tow. In the Game Boy Color version, you can spend the night with both of them in tow, and the vote message will occur.
Huh.
Almost enough for a shield. Should I just go for the shield?
Which one's better defense?
They're the same defense.
Ah,
Yeah, these.
then I guess the cheaper
slots.
one. And then save for the other one later.
Well, I'm already going out to get the money for the shield.
Alright.
Ha! You missed, jerk!
Now because of that miss, I just now remembered one of the fun things about the first Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior, whatever, and you know, the fact that you only have one party member is how much the sleep effect sucks.
Oh yeah.
Because if you get hit by it, it's just like, well, now I had to go run away.
Well, I've
Back
leveled
it
up
down.
to level 4.
Yay.
HP and MP rose by a lot.
Sure,
And I learned the
I'm-
fireball spell.
Yay.
Do I have enough for the shield? Yeah, I do. Anyway, I mean, if we're gonna rescue a princess,
Oh boy, I'll grab my stuff.
there's no time, apparently.
Squadala, we are off.
How about a
what?
kiss for luck? You've got to be kidding. You paid for it, so you equip it.
I'm trying to remember, did the original Dragon Quest allow you to just auto-equip things you buy? I think it... I don't know if it did. I think you would have to manually menu through.
You might have. Anyway,
I
we
think
have...
the second one... Oh, yay, now we have a shield.
Yep. It's on our character sprite. Let's save. Safety save. This is a speed run, apparently.
Dude.
No, it's not. It's not a speed run. Please, for the love of God, do not think of this as a speed run.
Now I'm just now thinking about the Dragon Quest 3 speedruns where they just
I messed up.
cook.
Well, back to the start.
No, it's a speed run tactic.
Of course. Oh yes, but I was thinking of the Dragon Quest 3 speedrun for the original Japanese cartridge, I think, where like people just like cook or like heat up
Oh,
the
yeah.
system they're playing with. I'm like, I can't imagine doing that on like the they're playing with like the original cartridges, and the idea of just like partially cooking them is like wild to me. But I mean, like it's their cartridge, like they can do what they want with it. But
Well,
it's
you
just
remember to season it.
You're playing with the original cartridge in fire.
yeah.
The original cartridge on fire. Oh, a
Hey,
desert.
let's go in here.
In the cave.
Uh-oh, it's dark. If
Thanks
only I
for-
had
Oh.
an item for this.
God, this is making me remember how much I hated the torches. Not because of like the idea of them I got. It's just that having to buy more torches if I was if I got like lost or turned around too much in the caves, and like, well, my torch ran out. Time to suffer, I guess.
I mean, the thing that springs to mind is Pokemon games expecting you to have Flash, and it's, this garbage move,
Yeah.
HM moves.
and just that, in the first game
Yeah.
you're stuck with that basically for the rest of the game.
God, I kind of like the idea of some of the HM moves,
Oh yeah,
but
things
I
like
wish they
Surf
weren't,
Is,
es-
that works.
especially in
But
like
then,
the
yeah.
later games where you can like, it wasn't a one-time use thing, because I think in the original it was just like you taught one Pokemon an HM move.
Nope.
And-
HMs were the only thing that stuck around after years.
Oh.
That's what made them different from TMs. It's because they were obviously
Oh,
quest
okay,
items,
TMs. Yeah.
so you would need them to proceed through the game. A
Yeah.
couple of TMs could be used outside of battle, but mostly in later generations. Like you
Alright.
use Headbutt.
So apparently, one of the commenters, Andy the Z, says their copy of Ultima 4 for the Apple II was damaged, and there was a damaged area of the overworld, which sounds interesting.
Huh.
Damage area full of NPCs who are constantly screaming about how you've killed them.
My name is
I read that
Loto.
creepypasta.
To my descendant, to reach the demonic island that can be seen from Tantegil, which was the kingdom we were in before.
Oh yeah.
3 magic implements were needed. I used them to cross the sea and defeat the Lord of Demons. I will entrust the 3 mystic items with 3 sages. No, that would be spoilers, so I don't want to bring it up, but, The damaged sprite would remain so they could do it over and over, and they imagined the cook cartridges hope for something like that. And a
Oh,
nuke. And someone in the
Baharu-
chat,
Haru in chat.
Oh, yeah. Hi there. Their descendants will guard them. When evil returns to that island, collect the items to fight. 3 sages are waiting. Go, my progeny. What if, like, here's a twist. What if the Draco Lord was the actual progeny and we are someone who isn't the progeny but decided to fight the Draco Lord? And, like,
That'd be neat.
Me, fire starting.
yeah, like, we're not the chosen one, because the chosen one, it turns out, was a jerk.
Yeah, it turns out she's chosen one of evil. Who knew? Who knew that someone believing in the divine right of kings might be up to no good?
Huh.
Say it ain't so.
Oh, those torches in the wall don't even light anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that they added that into the Game Boy version, and they don't do anything.
Tinjiggle and nearby Tintagel Castle are associated with the legend of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table.
If you've ever been to Britain, you'll know that every single town in Britain has a different legend associated with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Every town.
Oh wow.
They all have their local knights or local saints, whatever. They're all associated with King Arthur because everyone wants that tourism.
Turns out, real life is a King Arthur MMO.
Damn.
Like, you go to any town in England, they will have a story about, well, actually, our local knight was the most important one.
Our
So,
local knight was a fucking Chad
Yeah?
who had 2 women on his, like, on his arms each and every night.
You guys hear about the werewolf knight?
Is that a real one?
Yes.
I mean,
I
there's
have
a
not
knight
heard of
that can grow to
werewolf.
5 times his height. There's a knight that is invulnerable to all harm as long as the sun is up. There's the knight who has a pet lion who's actually his friend who he can talk to.
Sick.
It's, you know, there's hundreds of them. There are literally hundreds of variations of the story, and people pick and choose whatever ones they want. Because why not?
Why not? Just that's pretty. I didn't know there were hundreds of them.
Oh yeah, there are. It's just what we think of as the canonical King Arthur is mostly from a French story called Le Mort d'Arthur.
There were
Or
3
King
werewolf
Arthur.
knights.
3 of them?
Apparently.
See? That just proves what I'm saying is actually true and not me lying about England because I hate it.
Everyone hates England.
Story.
Damn those English.
Werewolf Knights. I'm sorry, but that's so good actually. The fact that, like, you know, because you know, like, I'm used to the stories of like, werewolves, you know, monsters are cursed, but like the idea of there being 3 different werewolf knights and, you know, associated with King Arthur and the Round Table and all that is pretty
It's
great.
a round table, but he didn't say how big of a round table it was.
Infinite
love-
in length.
King Arthur's
Infinite
3
diameter
furry
round
friends.
table. Do you think you see the werewolf knights together, or did he space them out for maximum coverage?
Hmm. I think
Like
maximum
it's
coverage.
a high school like setting, except it's King Arthur's round table in the lunchroom, and there are cliques arranged around it. And you're like, yeah, that's the werewolf knights. That's the knights with, you know, animal companions. I think they're all friends because they're probably all furries. Oh, there's
Nice.
Lancelot and Galahad and their many relatives who may or may not be canonical.
Of course. That's
Sir Million, Sir... I can't pronounce words. Oops, Sir Million, Sir Blitzcovid, and Sir Morrow.
Clever. That's
Blitzcovid.
right.
Boogaboo. Blah, 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 blah.
Rada, 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 rada.
Rada. Would you like a free lollipop?
What?
Would you like a free lollipop?
Sure, send it to me
Ah,
by mail.
what the rada thing was from... what's it called?
Chowder.
Same-
Chowder?
the same thing that the would you like a free lollipop? Would I? Would you? Would I? Would you? Would I? And it just goes back and forth from
For the rest of time.
Never actually watched that show.
It's good.
I
You know that
did-
one scene because people make fun of it.
Yeah.
Well, not make fun of it. It's a pretty funny gag in itself.
The show is pretty wild. It has wild ass gags. Like, they run out of money for the animation budget, and like actors have to go do a car wash just to continue the cartoon.
Yeah, that was a great scene of just the voice actors still in character, having to do a little car wash.
Going to the car wash. Car wash.
Car wash. Car wash. Anyway.
Jackie.
Yeah, if you ever go to England, or Wales I suppose as well, just look at what the local legends are, you know? See that every town in England and Wales, some in Scotland too, all have their own legends of King Arthur. Almost none of which actually... Oh, there's a mag tracky.
Oh,
Magic Jackie.
oh, they're just. I don't remember if Magidrakis were.
Oh, cast fireball. Oh fuck. That's actually kind of dangerous. Oh fuck. God. Item. Herb.
Hell.
And 12 experience. Earn 20 gold? What is my gold? Mano Goblin. Mandy gun was wild. I'll cast Fireball at you! How would you like it?
Well,
One
that means
shot.
Fire.
Fight fire with fire!
Burning down the house.
Fight fire with fire!
Fight
No.
fire with water.
Skeleton!
Hey,
Our old
pal
pirates.
that's Papyrus's straight cousin, Helvetica. Wait, no, great, no, I messed that one up. But you got what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, just name it after a font.
According to Bambi Inogun, Sir K could become giant, breathe underwater, and was so hot at temperature that the knights could just sit around him instead of a campfire. We should probably go back to the castle.
Okay, it's like 6 powers.
I love some of these ancient stories where people have amazing abilities like that.
Yeah, they were basically the equivalent of superhero stories at the time.
Honestly, they were like MMOs before MMOs.
Less of an
Ah,
MMO, more one of those forums RPGs where everyone is cheating and they're all going, actually I've got all the powers.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, who's God modding?
Except,
I saw so much of that back in the day.
Eh. Herbs 2.
Yeah, I
There's
got to refill my pills.
let's see. We have actually better defense than our attack right now. What the hell? Anyway,
Nice. I mean, having more attack than
Semi-random.
defense isn't bad.
anyway, we should stock up on herbs. We have 2. We can stack up to 6 herbs. 1, 2, 3.
Ah, Drackles. No, that's not what Drackles. Great. I'm trying to look up the wiki for the Drackies. No, why are they called?
Now let's
Yeah.
see.
Called Draco. Like. Drackies, right?
Drackies.
Yeah, okay.
Dracopent. Is it getting hot in here, or is it just me? Oh, it's actually really hot.
Trying to find out the. Ah, never mind. I was trying to remember what the Magidrakies looked like, but it's
Magdra-
kind of. Or Magdrakies.
They're red.
I kind of forgot if they were just like red, or if there's anything else. Then again, them just being a recolor also makes sense.
Yep. I mean, this
Just
was an
like-
NES RPG.
Yeah. Like, there's only so much space that they had.
My cat is loafing near me.
No. Oh, apparently there's also the Drakima.
Dracima?
Drakima.
Dracima? Hold on, let me check. Oh,
Oh, okay, though they're the healing ones. Alright. Ah,
we're gonna deal with that lava later. Yes, I know it's not lava, it's supposed to be swamp tiles, but it's orange and not purple, so it's lava.
oh, it's... I looked away for a second. It's orange. I remember it being, like, green.
That also would have worked better, but you know, the rest of the
There's
Ground
plenty
is-
of green everywhere else, and you need to make it stand out, so... Oh,
Yeah.
some kind of village?
Ah, yes. Hello, welcome to Cole. Oh, good, I'm at Cole's, I can go grocery shopping.
Can you get groceries at Kohl's? I know you can get clothes at Kohl's.
Get your clothes
listen
at
to
the
this?
store.
The husband of Cleo there left town in search of some keys. How could a man just abandon his pretty wife? What a louse. Tip. Well, considering how locked doors can't be opened otherwise... It's fine, I'm over it. I didn't want to be a burden for him to chase his dreams.
Imagine a game like this, you literally can't open the locked doors. Like, you go through the whole game, every door that's locked, there's no keys.
Why would the legendary short sword be in a shop?
Perhaps it's not for sale.
So he
Hey,
got his-
you have a nice amount of money.
Nice. But yeah. If it's not for sale, then we have to stab the store man to get it.
But thou must not. But thou mustn't.
But
that-
I must.
Oh no.
Okay. Have you been to the island south of here? Island of Rimudular is in the south. Thanks for that.
If you'd play the game with more moral choices, would be the angel and devil on your shoulders.
Which one of you is the angel and which one's the devil?
Yes. Wait, no, we should. I don't know if your computer. Like, great. That'd be actually a fun idea for a Fable. If someone was streaming Fable, just have two co-hosts.
No one has ever streamed Fable.
I want to.
I want Fable to be good, but I also know that it's not, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Great.
sadly very lacking, like many of Molyneux's, ideas
Yeah.
in general.
You know what?
He
There's.
really need, the guys at Bullfrog to, bounce his ideas off and say, hey, no, half the things you say are just completely insane.
Yeah, he definitely needed someone for that for Fable 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Dragon Quest 3, the big evil bad guy destroyed the legendary sword, and you have to find the pieces and give them to the best blacksmith, and he'll reforge it. And then you have to buy it.
So he sells it to you at full retail price.
Also, I just picked up the Pixie Flute. We will need that later. You are given
Yeah.
a hint to it in the next town, but I decided to just get it now. This is a hot spring bath. And this is an inn. Let me just see if they have... Ha! I see it now. Beautiful woman will declare her love to you. Ah, yes, finally. A shop that sells keys. Puff, puff, puff. That's the next. I just gave that guy a puff, puff.
I mean, if you're into that.
I mean, I was just assuming he was sleep talking, but like, just just lean over a guy, I guess, and just like while he's sleeping, just like puff. God, that'd be so weird.
Oh, hell yeah. Powder puff massage. I am in your belly.
Oh. Oh, this
In-
is the puff puff.
In Dragon Quest XI, this would actually increase your charm.
What?
Yeah. I've been playing a lot of Dragon Quest XI recently.
Oh, that got weird.
That
Anyway,
did get weird.
Oh,
I know in the later games it gets parodied, like with like I think usually it's like implied that the girl's giving the massage, like they just have like I don't know if I want to talk about more about already talking about it, but where they just pick up like two slimes
yeah.
and just
Starting
like,
to see-
oh yes, here's your puff puff massage, and they just
Alright, let's get strong!
anyway get drunk.
Use the strength. Strength rose by 1! I feel like my strength has increased by exactly 1 point. Oh, have you...
You're in an isekai. Isekai? How do you even say that? I've never seen it right.
Oh, have you seen that parody show of Dragon Quest that's live action?
Yes, I have.
I've seen a clip of it.
I need to watch that.
It's very good.
There's the
Or that
assassin.
clip is good.
There's the
No,
assassin
it's
who has
not.
like. There's the assassin who has like the poison knife. And he's like all yeah, he's like all intimidating, and then he looks at it and he's like, I shouldn't have flicked it, and then dies.
And
And
there's
Yeah.
the poisoner, the breathes out poison and the wind just blows it back. It is... Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Puff Puff gets parodied in games. Ow, ow.
Oh,
Well, the
ah,
weapon will not
poison.
be enough to defeat Draco Lord. Somewhere in the world, Loto has left behind his sword. Find it. Ow, 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 jeez,
The
why'd you
sword
put...
is not enough.
Why'd you put lava in
damage
front of
tiles.
you?
Well,
Hey, we bypassed one of the doors.
Yay.
But it costs you.
Dearly. The golem is said to fear the melody of a flute. Some monsters can't be beaten by just brute force. During a battle, consider your opponent's weak points.
So, am I right in remembering that Dragon Quest originally let you use the microphone to cast spells?
What?
Is that
I
the
don't
right
think
one?
so.
I know there was
On
some.
On the
Was it Dragon
Nintendo?
Quest?
on the
there was
Famicom?
The Famicom
On
had
the
a
Famicom?
microphone port, and you could just yell into it to cast a spell.
I don't. I mean,
Dragon
yeah,
Quest
on the.
microphone.
This guy keeps moving, so it's hard to talk to him.
Yeah, I remember that now in the earlier games of just like having to wrangle NPCs or like waiting for them to stop shambling about. Like, sir, please.
Yeah,
That's
Andy,
my NPCs.
Andy Z pointed out you're thinking of Legend of Zelda that does that. But I think it might
No,
have
that's
been...
the Fool's voice in
Yeah.
Zelda. Be killed by yelling into the microphone. I distinctly remember one of the Dragon Quest games, you could yell behind me into the microphone, and that's the healing spell.
Huh.
Except because, of course, the microphone was not exactly high quality. For the time, you know, decent enough, but it didn't actually register the words, just that you made a loud enough noise. Because, I mean, it's 2 generations behind Hey You Pikachu.
And the Kinect.
I think it's a bit more generations behind the Connect, but yeah.
Yeah, a few more.
And even the Kinect didn't work.
Yeah, I was saying Hey You Pikachu was a pretty primitive microphone, and the Famicom, 2 generations earlier, had a microphone built into its ports.
Oh yeah.
So there were games that you could do things in by yelling at the microphone. Just usually didn't help.
There was also the Rock Band microphone. Which was also kind of not great.
Yeah,
Oh!
I was never good at the rock band, guitar hero type games. I have no sense of rhythm.
Oh, and also the Mario Party microphone.
There was a streamer I knew who used to just stream CPU games of Mario Party, either on CPU level 1 and calling it Moron Party, or level 9 and calling it Mario Smarty.
Mario
And you would
Smarty.
you would just like talk about anything else over it whilst the game played against itself.
Huh.
Basically record the podcast.
I mean, that's what we're doing right
Like
now.
that, the magician.
Magician was defeated by magic. Magic must defeat magic.
Before we continue with this stream, we'd like to talk about our sponsors, Squarespace. Now, we're more of a Raid Shadow Legends kind of crew.
I was about to joke.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever played Raid Shadow Legends. It's not
But
a real
it
game.
has.
We just made it up.
Okay, I don't remember.
I
the
want an
last time I've
SCP
heard
that-
ad. I don't. What SCP?
I want an SCP that is like a sponsor. That just like appears in podcasts, but no one actually knows what it
Welcome
is,
to chat.
and no one even.
Another new person.
Oh,
Have you started streaming 69 minutes ago?
Nice.
nice. Hello, Jasmine.
Hey, Jasmine.
We are just here talking absolute garbage over Dragon Quest 1.
I don't think that magician casted any spells.
It's
Like
more of a
sometimes
symbolic
magicians
magician.
don't cast spells at times. Sometimes you just want to hit things.
Yeah, I
It's
get
like
that
5
feeling.
tops. What spells do you think he's gonna know?
Scorpion!
Oh, what a cute scorpion.
Get
Is it
over
really?
here! Oh god, I can only do 1 damage to it right now.
That's pinged me.
Yay, magic. God, magic is so strong that it feels so much stronger in Dragon Quest games, especially the earlier ones, than the Final Fantasies I've played, where it's like, it's useful, sure, but like, it feels like you have much, you know, it really adds to your arsenal, I guess, if that makes sense.
Level 6!
Yay!
Do 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 do
Hey.
do 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 do. Yeah, YouTube can be a bitch sometimes about scrolling.
Yeah.
Fireball! Boto is victorious. Where am I now? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think when I played the game, since I had my laptop nearby, I would also, look at a map
Yeah,
for some...
I
I think
should-
I vaguely remember that at some point. I'm like, oh hey, I should look at the map so that I have a general idea of where I am.
Yeah,
I should probably do that ever.
yeah.
I
I've
also
got so
would
much-
take notes.
Oh yeah, you would always take notes and draw little maps on grid paper. You know? Or at least I would, in playing Eye of the Beholder.
My hands are fucked up. They can't, stay still enough to draw properly.
You know, I'm not exactly the best artist, but I still draw a lot of things for the streams.
Yeah, and the art is really cute.
Yeah.
It's not fantastic, but it's alright. Like, I've improved a lot in the 2 years since we started, so... 2.5 maybe.
Man, there was one guy who got angry at me for, drawing Cloud the Hedgehog as, a joke. They got, so mad. They were like, oh, you haven't been improving. How can you call yourself an artist if you don't improve? And it's just like... I drew that as a joke, man.
I draw a lot of things as jokes. And people never react that way to me, but mostly because... Well, because nobody actually vlogs anything I post.
Yeah.
But yeah. I drew one piece of fan art for Cup of Greed, because, you know, I've entered that this year and bombed out horribly in my third match, but, you know, I drew one piece of fan art, and because of that, it was one single sketch drawing of a character in the middle of the 3-match slideshows now, where the rest of it was full colour art, and it's like, oh wow, that's embarrassing. So I ended up drawing, sketching other characters from it just so that there were more in the rotation and it wouldn't look as weird.
Let's see. How much does stuff cost here? Let me check. So the next upgrade is chain armor. Or at least that's the closest one. At least our attack is stronger.
This chainmail, it will keep you safe in battle, it will keep you safe from harm. No one has any clue what I'm talking about.
What
are
are
you talking
you-
about the epic poem Beowulf?
Huh.
Nope. Anyway,
Read that in schools.
What were you talking about?
it's some song I vaguely remember as a child. I could not tell you what it's from.
Oh, Jasmine is asking, what character are you playing in Cup of Greed?
Oh, I was playing. The joke of my character this time was that because all of them are meant to be Dual Academy students or professors, I went, okay, in the show, there's an underwater Dual Academy, right? It's mentioned as a, like, one episode joke. But it's just, wow, that's absurdly impractical. What's the only thing that would be more impractical than that? And of course, Space Dual Academy. So, my character was the Lost Kybernaut, who is apparently the last survivor of Space Dual Academy. So it turns out building a card game school in space was a terrible idea for so many reasons. And so I would put on this deep voice like this and tell people facts about space.
That was so good. I really
And that
enjoyed
was the whole gimmick. It was just that, yes, in Space Dual Academy, we have all of the monkeys and dogs that you sent into orbit. They're all smarter now. They're better duelists than Dual Academy. Yeah, it's a deeper voice than it usually is.
Yeah, speaking of the cosmonaut, wasn't they based on the No More Heroes boss?
Vaguely, yeah.
Critical hit! The animation
Specifically,
was... Yeah.
the
I always had as, they were vaguely based on, well, that No More Heroes boss, who is literally just a cosmonaut, and the Fury from Metal Gear Solid 3, who is, I guess, also a cosmonaut, but
Yes,
one
he is also a cosmonaut.
who talks about being angry all the time. Has the
Yes.
very slow, deliberate talking, like, deliberate speech pattern.
Yeah.
It becomes really funny if you start using it to say preposterous things about space.
Yes. I absolutely love that boss. Of just the fact, yeah. I don't know. I guess do you mind if I nerd out about Metal Gear Solid for a second?
No, go on.
Go on.
Right. I love the fact that for the boss, like she went, according to Metal Gear Solid Land, she was the first human to ever go into space, but basically the United States government absolutely hated her and like didn't really care about her safety. She was just like a dog of war that they could send anywhere and she just do as she was told. Right, and it was the safety for said mission was done so poorly and like she almost died on the way back that the US government just decided to no, we're just not gonna tell anyone about this because we fucked up big time. Right, but like she went into space and she saw the globe, right, the planet, and she's like, oh shit, there's no borders. All this, the borders, the nations, and everything is completely just a falsity created by our societies, and I want to like get rid of that, right? And I really love that kind of character for her, right? But the Fury was a guy who also went into space. He was also a cosmonaut, right? And he works for the boss, but he went into space and was just filled with rage, just that endless hate of humanity. He's just somehow the complete opposite of the boss. Like, oh, no, what? Actually, fuck
I mean,
everything.
he was the Fury before he went into space.
Oh yeah, he was the
He
Fury,
just
but
the guy with flamethrower before, he burned up in re-entry.
yeah, and the fact that he was possessed by a demon or whatever. I'm
It's
not completely
unclear
sure about
what
that.
actually went on there.
I
But
forgot about that bit.
There's implication that, there's strong emotions, as in their names, are all that's keeping the Cobras alive. Which is, that's why the Fury is basically a walking corpse who, has some kind of fire demon ghost shoot out of him when you kill him because he's already effectively dead. The Sorrow is just a ghost. You never meet him alive. The end is falling apart. He has nothing left in him. Like, he can literally die of old age. Whilst you're, fighting him, just if you walk away. And you've also got, the pain and fear played that down a bit, but they are very much obsessed with their weird body modifications. Like, the pain is carrying around all of these beehives, he's covered in bee stings.
Covered in bees!
I'm covered in bees. Yeah, I don't remember much else what he said after that.
He didn't really say, like, we don't really get any explanation for the bees. He's just covered in
There
bees.
is an explanation for them, which is
Well,
they're not actually bees. They're
hornets.
a type of Russian hornets that still
Make
create honey. And he just has several hives in his backpack, but
In
it's
his
clear
backpack,
that
he shoots them out.
just by
Tommy
carrying
gun.
them around with them, he is so soaked in their venom that he looks as badly hurt as the Fury does, and the Fury was literally burned to a crisp when he fell from orbit. The Fear is, he's constantly breaking and refixing his limbs because his entire skeletal structure has been changed. He's also
Just
very prone to poisoning himself, but that's a different thing. It's the
Yeah,
quirk of his AI.
Yeah.
yeah. Great. Okay, now that we mentioned the pain, I'm now thinking about that. Yeah, he kind of... Yeah, I don't really remember much in-game about the pain, other than
there's only a
hornets.
little that you
He
get about
shoots
him.
out
There's a
bees
couple of
from his
optional
mouth.
radio calls that give you a bit more information on him, but he is the one you find out least about, because he's got the least to do with the actual underlying story.
Yeah.
Tommy gun! Grenade!
Comic Dub is so good.
Oh yeah, the bees just float over and form into a gun for him.
Yes. I mean, he does do the bee grenade thing, though, I think. I vaguely-
Bikini! That was from a comic.
That was from the
Lots
comic.
of bees should help. Dr. Bees. Yeah,
Okay.
it's weird. The last time I mentioned Dr. Bees, I got a "what the hell is that?" and then nobody actually clicked the link when I linked it.
Dr. Bees?
Dr. Bees.
I have to go
I
back to it.
assume you've both seen Dr. Bees, because if you haven't, immediately after the stream ends, go look it up.
Yeah, I need to look it up. I think I got distracted and didn't see the video last time you linked it.
Why don't you post the link to it in the chat?
Because you're streaming right now.
Because you're in the middle of a stream.
I mean the string chat.
Because we're in the middle of a stream.
So you want
Oh, in
people
the-
to
on the-
pause
on the
your
YouTube.
stream to watch Dr. Bees.
Well, so they can have the link to it at least.
No, it's not hard to find. Just look up on YouTube
Bees.
Dr. Bees.
Yeah, sure, why not? People are so gonna remember that.
It's... I mean, there's one joke in it and it's Dr. Bees. But, it's so good because it's just... Yeah. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, I definitely need to look
Of
that up.
those little slimes.
No.
Four-arm Femi Dr. Manhattan was very cute, but the Moffy outfit? What?
What?
I have no idea
Oh,
what the
yeah.
string chat is talking
No.
about.
They're talking about Dr. Bees too,
Oh,
where
Ah,
there's, Dr. Bees is a superhero whose whole power is he's unleashes swarms of bees to solve every problem. That's, kind of the gag. The second one introduces, I think it's Omnipotron or something, and his power is he is completely omnipotent, omniscient. He looks like Dr. Manhattan, he has 4 arms, he always knows what's happening, and because it's Dr. Bees, anything goes, well, I could just go back in time and unmake all of this so no crime will ever happen. And they go, nah, let's send Dr. Bees instead. They send swarms of bees to sting everyone indiscriminately.
But does he have the penis?
Look, just watch Dr. Bees. You'll get what I'm talking about.
And I'm making a joke about Dr. Manhattan and his blue and his big
Oh
blue
yeah,
I remember
that was an
everyone
awkward
talking about
movie
that.
to sit through.
dog. Eh,
Especially
pretty vanilla.
amongst the family. Yeah, it was vanilla by most standards, but it's still the 5-minute scene of them just naked set to Hallelujah.
I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen Watchmen?
No, I've
honestly,
never really been.
If you've read the comic, there's no point.
I've never read the comic either. I have really I've been partially interested in it, but I just never really put in the time for it.
Yeah.
But I remember hearing everyone not talk about anything about the movie or its themes or the writing. And I'm hearing an echo for some reason.
Oh, that's
Oh,
me.
yeah.
I opened 2 tabs like I did.
Ah.
I think that's
my
me.
voice
actually.
was sounding really deep, and I'm like, worried. But anyway,
I'm grabbing a soda. Just a sec.
alright.
Just
But
need.
yeah, I just.
She's gone. Let's take over the stream. Okay, we're watching Dr. Bees.
Alright then, let's go.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I just remember everyone just talking about Dr. Manhattan and his junk, and it's I remember at the
very
time being a teenager and just thinking okay, I get it. It's his dick. You've seen that before. Does anyone have anything to say about this movie?
It's not the worst adaptation I've seen of a comic like that. It's just, it didn't really need to be made.
Yeah.
It didn't have much to say other than that. And apparently the director isn't a great person, so,
Yeah. Fading into obscurity isn't a bad thing.
Yeah. I've actually been watching Doom Patrol recently, because that finally got a live-action adaptation.
Nice.
And honestly, that takes a comic that was from decades ago and manages to make it relevant in the modern day. So, good. That has something new to say.
Very nice.
Alright, I'm back.
You've. Great, I was gonna say something preposterous, but we've just been talking about the Watchmen. Who watches them?
Well, I watched them and you haven't. We've established.
No, wait, we have established this.
Yeah, Zack Snyder is kind of fashy.
Oh, right. That's the same guy who made the...
300.
Yeah.
And Sucker Punch. Which is
I
ugh.
didn't realize this.
Ugh.
You know what? The only good thing I've ever heard about Sucker Punch, or actually not about Sucker Punch, but kind of
You've not heard anything good about Sucker Punch.
right.
Trust
What
me.
I've heard about it is that there was a scene that was supposed to be a character and her boyfriend making out or something, and they were just both without clothes, but it didn't show anything. But the ratings board was that's not good, and the Zack Snyder and the actress in charge of it were okay, and they kept trying to alter it so that it would fit within being PG-13, and it just kept being weirder and weirder, and kind of made it look like the character and the female character had like no agency in what was going on, and then
Oh, imagine that in the movie
and-
Sucker Punch.
yeah, and eventually I think Zack Snyder and the actors decided to just like I think they like either got rid of it or something, or because they were like, you know what, this sucks actually. The fact that it's like if like she looks like she has any agency in like going at it with some dude, it's like completely like mature or higher, whatever, on the U.S. ratings board. And that's like the only good thing I've ever heard about Zack Snyder being like, actually, you know what, that sucks. Everything else, I've just been like, either meh or just kind of small grimace. Oh god, speaking of which, I still remember. I'm still glad I've never watched the Snyder Cut, but the idea of it just made me laugh so much. Of just like, ah, yes, we're gonna make
Isn't
this
it like 5
4
hours
hours.
long or something?
And it's like, I doubt that movie was made to be, you know, like
Not
one of my
a lot
favorite.
of movies are made to be that way.
Yeah,
So,
like, one
There's
of,
a good reason for it. It's very hard to pace a movie like that.
So, funny thing, I listened to a podcast called 0 to 0. Originally, it was about the show. What's it called? The Stanley superhero. Who wants to be a superhero?
Oh,
Sure.
he wants to be a superhero.
Originally,
I
it
knew
was
for the
about.
first season.
But-
it was- yeah.
But then they started covering the Snyder Cut. And Snyder Cut, while it's a bit more coherent, it's still not good.
Yeah. Honestly, we're seeing this trend in a lot of movies where, you know, they're throwing in so much into the movie and it just loses all coherence as an actual story. You see that with, you know, the last couple of Star Wars movies, where
It's all
everything in it is somehow both just a rehash of earlier movies and also doesn't make any sense because you just don't get any context for it.
it's almost like
It's-
editing is a thing that exists and is good.
Palpatine has returned somehow.
God,
That's all you get to know.
I'm so glad that I've only watched the first one of the sequel trilogy,
Force
just because.
Awakens was a bit
like-
derivative, but it was an okay movie.
Yeah, I had fun with it, and
It's-
I was
you
like, oh
don't-
yeah,
If
this-
that was establishing, yeah, this is a new cast, like 3 main characters, the main villain, sure, that all works. It's not a terrible movie, it's watchable. I don't get why people either got obsessed with Kylo Ren or hated him.
oh,
But
because they had a hard-on for a Vash
he's
dude.
he's an alright villain. He's a very different villain to Vader, and it's like this is one of the few big changes in it, which is where Vader is menacing because he's, you know, slow and imposing, and Kylo Ren is just an absolute, like, he's just flipping
Man-child?
out constantly and wrecking the place.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
no,
ever see Vader do that, and it's, you know, scary in a different way. And then the rest of the movies happened.
Yeah.
yeah,
People thought he needed a redemption arc in the immediately following movie, and it's no, he didn't. That kind of makes him not an interesting character anymore.
Like,
Like, eventually,
Yeah.
maybe he, you know, turns around and does something that shows, oh wait, maybe he could be redeemed. Like Darth Vader does 3 movies in.
God.
Apparently that's what the entire second movie is, and I don't care.
That's apparently the third movie, actually, but good
Who
God.
even knows?
The third movie,
Yeah.
it's just, they just, like, listen to the loudest fans and it came out the worst thing ever.
My darling Jasmine, I still have yet to seen the Last Jedi, but like I bet there's some good things in it. But I just remember looking up the synopsis on Wikipedia and just being immediately confused because I was like, oh hey, this seems out of character for this dude, or like for I forgot his name, the pilot dude, who's played by the Guatemalan guy. Which
Thing is, I actually really liked the trio that they set up as the main characters in The Force Awakens, and then apparently they never got to do anything again.
yeah, that's what I've heard, and it's just like that's a shame because they had cool chemistry of just like
Yeah, they did, and it's like, okay, this
feral
is...
trash girl,
Yeah.
ex like dude who ran away from this fascist forces and like became part of the resistance, and like a cool ace pilot dude. I'm like, yeah.
And you could, make a whole amazing series of movies out of that, but they didn't.
And the fact that this whole series wasn't planned from the start. You'd think
Yeah, they had no plan, and it's like...
they
for
just
all
reacted.
the things that George Lucas says, like, I don't believe he had as much of it planned out as he did, but he did have a lot of it planned out. Like,
And-
that was visible in the original trilogy. He had some idea where he was going with it, and that's why, well, that's part of why they're enduring classics, no matter how much he badly remakes them.
So
Honestly, I attribute more of that to his, at the time, wife. I think now ex-wife.
Yeah, it
who
was
editing.
He did a good job editing it down into something that made sense.
Because the original edit was fucking huge and a mess.
Yeah,
But
just
like,
the original script full of completely incomprehensible like technobabble, and they kind of pared it down a lot to a very, well, maybe too straightforward movie, but it works. It's
yeah. Oh, and apparently Oscar Isaac was in Sucker Punch. Oh, and another Oscar Isaac fun fact of when he was on the set for the Millennium Falcon, and he sat down in the pilot chair. Apparently, in an interview or something like that, he commented that like when he sat down there, he's like, "Oh, this chair wasn't made for someone with an ass because it's too small. Like you couldn't really fit in it." And yeah, I just thought that
So-
you'd
this
Yeah?
woman is screaming that I barged in here, but she could have closed the door.
well, then she
what if
couldn't
she
leave.
closed the door? She would never be able to leave unless she got a key. And you've seen how
This is the
expensive
town.
keys are.
This is the town with keys.
How much is it to buy a key?
She would have to buy a key before she closed the door, or she would be
Yeah.
trapped forever.
Could have put up something.
And
Even a warrior should wear a ring. It's a form of etiquette.
Okay, we're back. I was experiencing some lag for a second. That was weird.
Anyway, that woman told me to head south, but I'm not going to do that just yet. You're another fan of Brave Loto. Apparently, people dress like me when they're fans of Loto.
That's funny.
I left my
Oh.
life to you. But I was robbed of all my money by monsters.
Damn.
Yeah, sure. Oh, he can't go back because he was robbed? Why not?
Hey, honey, I'm home, and we have, nothing. Oh, no. Then again, at the same time, like, no, if, actually, now that you say that, that is a weird reason. If he said, like, he's afraid of going back because he doesn't want to die from monster attacks, like, that would make more sense. But,
So
like,
this person talked about a rainbow bridge? And like Dragon Quest XI has a rainbow bridge. And also Zelda Ocarina of Time has a rainbow bridge.
I mean, Mario Kart is a rainbow bridge. It's not special.
Well, that's a rainbow road. It's a road you go to die.
Yeah, the rainbow bridge is a pretty common thing. It's, you
Well,
know, obviously
Bifrost.
most well known from Bifrost, yeah?
Yeah, I guess the Bifrost is kind of...
It was the Rainbow Road for the Norse gods.
Oh, so they drove on it and died?
Yes.
Ragnarok is actually just a very in-depth Mario Kart live action roleplay.
God.
God.
Yeah.
Secrets.
Keys! Keys that open any door. Just 16G.
16 go. Yeah, just buy them out.
Oh, 16? Oh, cool. Alright.
I bet it's
I
gonna be more
vaguely-
expensive.
I may sell no more now. Come again.
Yeah, I think your inventory is
It sells no more ever again.
Oh, he had money in one of his pots.
The fool.
Uh-oh, I'm full.
Oh.
Fuck this
Congrats.
torch.
Yeah, you just drop a burning torch in the middle of his,
Oh, I
in the
have two
middle of his jaw
orphans.
after robbing him blind. Use the death seed. There's no reason not to use it because you only
Oh!
got one character. There's no point saving it up.
Guard by 4.
Hell yeah.
Man, I got screwed on the strength seed.
Yeah.
I
in
could have,
chat.
I could have save stated, but don't feel like it. Yep, I'm Ringo. Huh? She's waiting. for me?
Bingo.
Rongo.
Rungo Bungo, a secret
Walk
battle.
2 steps to the south from the back and Cole and check something out. That's where you get the hint for the pixie flute.
Ah.
And there's my cat.
Oh.
Yay.
Hello, cat. Puss, 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 puss.
He can't hear you. I'm using like headphones.
Alright, pet your cat for us.
Okay. He might jump onto the desk.
Oh no.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Oh yeah, is there still the wizard in the castle that restores your MP?
Yeah.
Wizard.
Anyway, let's open this door finally.
Yay.
And my cat just jumped on the desk. My cat
Yay.
is on the desk.
Yum, yum, yum.
Prince, you want to say something to the people?
Oh.
No, he doesn't. And just knocked out my headphones.
Oh no.
Yeah, I go out walking at like midnight because there's no people in the streets and I can pet cats as much as I want.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I wish I felt like safe enough to go walk in at night. But I definitely don't. Not
Oh,
worth
look
it.
at this guy. A real hero wouldn't steal. And a real king
You're-
wouldn't keep really useful items away from the hero he wants.
Oh yeah, this I remember now in the original Mystic Net.
Yep.
The Knot of Wizards, which shout out to I forget what their Twitter is, but shout out to them though for introducing Wizard. Wizard? No, I can't even do it right. I feel like my voice is too gravelly normally to be able to properly Wizard.
He had another key in this chest that you had to get a key to open.
Oh, of course, that's how the guard is
course.
planning to leave. And he shivers up. Just by annihilating the vault door and leaving.
Fucking asshole king! That's it. I'm taking down the
You'll be
monarchy.
inside this throne room forever. If we're putting up a regular door. yeah, in chat it was brought up, you know, regular Doom Patrol character Danny the Street is done pretty well in the live action series. Because, well, they are an entire street that has came to life and now protects, you know, downtrodden people.
Nice.
Just by teleporting around. In the comics, they were mentioned as, well, there were different terms used for them, but you know, the implication was there was some kind of cross-dressing street, but it was treated fairly respectfully. I mean, for the 80s, yeah. Like, surprisingly so. But the series actually goes out the way to say that, yeah, actually they go by they, them pronouns now. That's
Nice.
good for them.
Also, the castle had a person who sold keys.
You could have got this right at the start, but it would have cost you 8 extra gold apiece.
Huh. I don't remember that.
No?
I'm trying to remember what was added in the Game Boy version compared to the Nintendo, the NES version.
I have played neither of them.
Because I know, like, the nuts and seeds weren't in the, you could not nut in the NES version.
Sounds like a miserable experience.
Yeah.
Were either
Yeah.
of you there for Ree's Crusader Kings stream last night? Where she was making the horrible wizard man? And she made a lot of jokes about, you know, whenever anything came up about nuts. Because of course, it's
Anyway,
Crusader Kings, that comes up a lot. Anyway,
now I have to cross this ice.
so is this, you take damage on the floor? Yep.
Oh, it's the magic paint floor.
Yep, look at my health now.
There goes most of your health. Well, not quite
Like,
that.
third?
You may be able to defeat the monsters in the Tomb of Garden. Go to the town of Gardenham and push against the wall of darkness. Your path will reveal itself. Ah! Ice is so painful.
Yeah, in Dragon Warrior Monsters, your monsters can cast something called Step Guard, which lets you just walk on those. Without
Yep.
taking
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah,
It's
that was
pretty
in the
good.
later games.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was in this
monsters
game.
like me. So
Oh, Step-
my friendly slimes.
Oh, nice music. Oh, I could have
Oh.
used that earlier.
Oh, interesting. I remember... Yeah, this was, I think, added into the game, because I remember, like, you would have to go into town for, like, a full heal, I think, or pay for an inn for... I keep forgetting what healing options there were in the castle itself. I know there's a wizard that you could just get free
A
MP.
wizard.
Your MP refilled,
Wizard.
and, like, once you have the healing spell...
Weird ways.
Where...
A wizard. They keep like the painful ice like at the center of the castle for some reason. Why?
Fuck those birds. Any bird lands on there, the
Yeah,
floor.
I posted that photo of the bird that somehow got into my house today. I have no idea how, because all of my windows are closed. I hadn't opened the door all day.
Reminds me of
And it's like, I was trying to focus on work, and I kept hearing something. I was like, maybe I'm just like hearing something from one of the neighbors, you know, turn up my music. And it turns out, no, there's a bird pecking at my door. It was literally in my kitchen. It just made an
Goodness.
absolute mess. And since it's a baby bird, at least it only messed up the floor.
Yeah.
Death Stranding's
Still
getting
so
a director's cut, and the character is standing in a box because it's Kojima.
Oh, what? What?
Death Stranding.
Alright. You know, it's weird to me that a game ever came out at all.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not gonna say because, oh, I expected it to be bad or anything, I just expected it to just somehow never materialize.
yeah. No, to be honest, it's still impressive that there was a mainstream game that was advertised, like for being so avant-garde. Like, because like, yeah, compared to like, especially the peer, the other games that came out around the same time. Yeah, Death Stranding is such a weird game. Also, like a lot of
It's
Kojima's
one of those
work,
games
it's
that
helped out.
feels like it, yeah.
It's helped out by the people he's working with at
Yeah.
times. Like some of the acting really does help a lot. It's also still weird to think that like Kojima knows several like the fact that, oh yeah, I just now remembered Kojima and his like crush on like Mads Mikkelsen or whatever, or whatever the hell that was, of just like, oh, I bought you some uh like hundreds years old chopsticks from like an older era of Japan, and I had your name engraved on it. Like, I don't know what kind of like what friendship or relationship that is, but and also, oh, did you all hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Suddenly, all right, there's a weird lag.
Uh,
Which is bizarre. My latency is like 14 milliseconds.
But yeah, continue.
Sorry, yeah, that was distracting. But yeah, yeah, Death Stranding, it's a weird game, and I appreciate the fact that it exists, but also, yeah, I was also wondering if it wouldn't exist just because it's like, it like oh hey, Kojima's, oh yeah, like remember the first ads for it or whatever, the teaser trailer, not ads, but the teasers
Yep.
of just Norman Reedus and the funky fetus on
Yep.
the beach, and it's like, this is a thing.
Yes, this is some repellent. Doesn't really repel monsters all that well.
Yeah. The thing is, with Death Stranding, I expect it to be one of those games that you hear about for years and years and it never shows up, like a vaporware kind of thing.
Yeah, well, Kojima
And
isn't,
then it actually came out.
Kojima
not
isn't
actually
3D
come forever.
realms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone dunks in Chicken Nukem Forever, and we're all right to do so.
Yeah. I actually played it. It's,
It's not good.
yeah, when it's not being offensive, it's just kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
It's just... Okay. Oh, I'm very close to the Iron Axe.
Nice.
Yeah, soon you'll be able to buy that iron and then iron your clothes.
Iron my chainmail bikini.
Oh, chainmail bikini. No,
Far south of
vaguely-
the town of Domdora. The innkeeper treated me well. I wonder how he's doing.
Well, off to rob this house.
What's this? The copper sword? I'll sell that!
Sell it back to its owner.
I got another torch.
Huh? It's not want not.
Oh, money! That's a lot of money. That's good.
This is life savings.
Alright, take advantage of me. Oh my.
Yes, I will.
damn.
Well,
Just leave with money.
I mean, since he insists.
No, it's funny looking back in this game and remembering that like a lot of inspiration for like early Japanese, role-playing games came from like imported D&D and Wizardry and Ultima and all that, and
Yeah.
and like because it's sometimes easy to forget at times like how very early D&D Dragon Quest is, especially.
Well, Final Fantasy 1 was super obviously early D&D.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, it brought up a couple of times the big thing about, because early D&D editions, became popular in Japan, or at least games based on them, you end up with, whenever there are kobolds in Japanese media, they're always dogs, because that's what they were in first edition D&D.
Oh yeah, kobolds.
And same with orcs being pigs.
Yep.
Yeah.
They become very different from second edition onwards, but that's what you got in Japanese media, because that's what you got in the likes of Dragon Quest. Well, not
I
specifically
probably
Dragon
should have
Quest,
gotten
but
another
games like-
torch. Almost certainly, now that I think about it.
Oh yeah, but yeah, that is a very interesting point. I didn't think about the orcs being the pig snout or whatever. The
Yeah,
piggy
yeah.
orcs. I didn't know that was an
They're
early D&D deal.
Instead of, big buff green guys.
Honestly, I really like the.
Main factory why Ganon is sometimes depicted as a pig, or at least a monstrous pig.
Actually, I probably have enough to buy a silver shield, don't I? No, not a silver shield,
Buy a
but
torch, Velociraptor.
like another shield. The stronger shield. Not quite the silver shield, but
I'm not sure. I have been keeping track of your money situation.
About 1,300, and you spent 600 to get. Yeah. So you got 826 now.
a troll
still-
appears.
Oh, this. Oh, I hate this thing.
Yeah. I think I also mentioned in BB Gun Show chat, in I believe it's Sweden, the RPG that got a lot of early exposure wasn't D&D, it was a kind of derivative game at the time, The Dark Eye, or Der Schwarzauge. It's a German game originally, but in the translation of it to Sweden, one of the designers added, well, a race of duck people. So you would have anthropomorphic ducks, and because
bye,
they were
Andy.
a new race added. Oh, bye. Because there were a new race added, and because the artist had no idea how to draw them, he just traced like Donald Duck comics for the official art.
Oh wow.
And so you ended up with, ever since then, in all RPGs in that region, they generally tend to have a duck race of characters who are just, anthropomorphic ducks. It's not seen as weird, it's just part of the games.
No, that makes sense.
It's one of those things that if you grow up with it, you don't think it's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Swedish RPG. Great. I'm trying to remember the name. Mutant. Yes. Mutant Year Zero, I think, is the modern version of it. That there's a video game version where it's like one of the main characters, one of the main mutants that you play as, is a duck.
Yeah.
And also RuneQuest, which was made in the States, but it came from, actually the world building for RuneQuest originally started way before it was ever a game, and then it became part of a war board game deal. And while the creator was like laying out the map for it. It's like, oh yeah, he asked a friend, oh yeah, well, you want to name a town or something? He's like, okay, and he like pointed at like a swamp area, and he's like, can you call it Duckburg? He's like, I don't think I can call it Duckburg, but like I think I can call it Duck something else, and I forgot the name for it, but like, and he's like, why Duckburg? And he's like, oh, DuckTales. And like, okay, and then so like, no, sure, let's add some duck people, right? But the thing about that swamp is that there's like a weird, like, death cult, like zombie, like necromancer or whatever, like near the swamp as well. So like, throughout the history of first that board game and then the RuneQuest series, like these duck people.
RuneQuest had ducks, or at least that's one of the games did. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it in chat so that people know I'm not crazy.
Why is that? Why Duckman is in Cobra Space Pirate? What you gonna do when Dracomania's going wild on you, brother?
Drakemi.
It looked like Dracomania for a
Nah.
second.
There's not nearly enough letters for Dracomania.
I wish. But I mean, that probably is. I don't know what Cobra Space Pirate is, but that's probably the reason why there's ducks.
What it is.
But yeah, RuneQuest had the ducks, and then
There are a couple of games that had the ducks. This RuneQuest is apparently the one that's the source of it, and not the Dark Eye, which for some reason I thought was.
yeah. What was I say? Oh yes, the ducks also have an association with the rune of death, like as a culture in that setting, and also the ducks are cursed to never be able to fly, either from magic or machines. Like
I remember a cartoon where that was about like the society of ducks that live next to the society of crocodiles, and like it's like. And like the ducks couldn't fly, but the main character duck like dreamed of flying. So was that cartoon from Sweden?
I don't know. I mean,
Oh, Space Adventure Cobra, you mean? Jasmine? Also, Space Adventure Cobra was the inspiration for Dante in Devil May Cry. The main character, at least.
huh?
See, now, looking at all the duck-related series I know about, I don't think there are any ones with crocodiles, though.
Lots of nudity, triplet sister who die one after the other. The game treats them interchangeably, and their dad used them as each part of the treasure map, tattooing 1/3 of each back. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that series that Ritz Prey did.
That sounds bonkers.
It is.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
There's like the robot antagonist who was like immune to Cobra's laser shots. And like when he finally killed the robot, he like did it by shooting out his like fake arm at it. Like he at various points had a gun and like other stuff. He has like this laser arm. Oh, and at one point it turns into an RPG. It goes from adventure game to RPG at one point. Oh, speaking of adventure games and RPG hybrids, have you heard of Quest for Glory? That's a good series. It was by Sierra, made by this husband and wife couple. And there's kind of a sequel series, I forget the name, but I have Heroine's Quest, that's it. Heroine's Quest, it's a sequel series. Anyway, how are you two doing? Metal Scorpion!
My brain's kind of. I'm on the merge. On the verge?
On the merge.
On the merge.
Combining.
Of being head empty, no thoughts, and also just a whole bunch of thoughts about random nonsense.
Level 8. To go to an earlier point that I was going to say, one time in Dragon Quest IV, I got a character leveled up, they were a mage character, and they only got a few hit points. So sometimes this game is...
up your mage and you lose hit points?
No, they gained a few hit points. This isn't Final Fantasy IV. Oh god, this guy is killing me.
Yep, Dead Knights are actually a fairly mid-level monster.
Yeah, so maybe I should flee.
The stream has paused.
Load game.
Welcome to Dark Souls.
Run away.
Yeah. The thing is, I know these monsters from Dragon Warrior monsters, and Dead Knights are the pushovers. They're fairly far down the evolution tree.
Yeah.
You need to breed quite a few monsters to get them yourself.
Well, time to level up some more. And get more money for better gear.
Like, there are stronger undead, but, you know, these are quite a few rungs up the ladder.
I'm in the wrong area.
Maybe down the ladder in the crypt. Anyway.
Yeah, those guys are strong. Stonky.
Yeah.
Stonkas.
Like, this guy, he's kind of a chump.
Considering I critted him,
Dead,
yeah.
right? Yeah. You can drop him in, you know, 1 or 2 hits at most. Dead Knights are fairly physically tough. Maybe for a fireball next time.
It hurt you talking about fireballs.
Yeah, I talk about fireballs a lot.
Just fireball.
Is that the only spell you know?
Only offensive spell.
Oh, okay, you do have heal. I was worried for a second of you. Oh, and sleep.
Yeah, I don't imagine sleep will be much help down here.
The dead might lose faster than me, so gotta level up. Okay, come on, where are the monsters? Come on, monsters! Okay, there we go.
I haven't... Oh, there's a regular skeleton. You can just beat down this bone boy.
I'm lost in a maze.
Aren't we all? But also literally.
Yep.
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist 3000.
It's a big step up from Spookies, but it's still not that much of a threat.
Sonic Shuffle recording in 2 hours.
Oh.
Nice.
I
Yep,
have no
that's
questions
the
about
question.
this Nostalgia Critic fan film, thank you.
He's in it for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's...
It's wild how many internet people they got to guest star on it.
yeah, my brother was really into Nostalgia Critic, or
I was
possibly
into
that
it.
guy of the glasses a few years ago, and he would never shut up about them, and I don't care, and I deliberately ignored everything he said. So I could tell you nothing about either of them.
I was into that guy with the channel Awesome many years ago.
Yeah.
I remember at some point watching, I think, a few videos of his, but then I switched over to like the anime critic, who had some actually pretty nice analysis of some anime, but also she is lesbophobic though.
What?
Because yeah, no, like in some animes, whenever it's like people talk about these girls being girlfriends, and it's like that's not even like textually, like I think, and sometimes just be like, like just kind of you can hear the contempt in their voice. But of course, if there's two hot guys,
Yeah.
the hot yaois, it's like okay, I see you.
Okay.
Then I kind of stopped watching her stuff. That said, the rap critic, his was fun.
Yeah, you're just describing increasingly unappealing critics to me.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
figured, but I did like his. My favorite video of his was about a song T-Pin did. That was like I forgot what it was about, but the video was entertaining. I forgot the name of the song, but it was supposed to be like this weird song that was like had the pretenses of being like heartfelt and dramatic, but it failed at doing any of that. But it was a very entertaining video at the very least. Didn't watch too much of his stuff, but
This
he
Draki's
was
being
entertaining.
annoying. He's just healing himself. Anyway, your thoughts?
About know what? Let's. How about thoughts on RPGs? I guess since you're going through one. This is vaguely inspired by D&D. Vaguely.
Ow. Well, I'm dying, first of all.
I forgot these things could cast Fireball.
Yeah,
I
for
remember
someone
them
who
the
knows,
healing.
for someone who knows so much about RPGs, I have not actually played in a proper tabletop group or in a
I played,
tabletop
like-
RPG group online in about 6 or 7 years at this point.
I've played maybe 2 sessions.
No. I've
Actually,
played.
it's been real trouble naming my characters. You can never get into them. I mean, we know now why, but
Um,
Yeah.
Speaking of RPGs, I was recently rewatching a stream, Bobby's Sonic Chronicles.
oh yeah, that's a fun stream.
Yeah, cause
Oh yeah.
Dark
The-
Brotherhood is
Oh,
it's
the
bad,
talkies
but
and
in like
chair.
weird, interesting ways. An RPG meant for children is kind of way too hard.
And it was partially made by, I want to say, BioWare?
Yeah, it was.
Yes. Was
Yeah.
made by BioWare.
Who also made, some of the classic RPG, like, they made the Baldur's Gate games, or at least published them, I think.
Baldur's Gate is somehow easier than Sonic Chronicles.
Yeah,
Really?
Baldur's Gate, for all of being a second edition D&D game, is very fair about it.
Huh.
Well, except for that guy who attacks you right before you go into the inn.
Yeah, but the thing is,
That
if you
game
know how
pulls
to deal
that
with
shit
him,
several
he's not
times.
difficult. Which is, he has one specific spell which will probably wipe a first level party if you go up against him, but if you know that he has that, you can interrupt it. You can just dodge out the way and let the city guards deal with him. You can backstab him. You can blast him with your own spell before he gets a chance to talk. Plenty of things.
Hey.
But if you go into it and you don't know that he's there, he probably kills you.
He absolutely kills you.
Yeah. But he also has 4 hit points, so
And you might have 4 hit points when you reach him.
you'll be lucky to have 4 hit points.
Well, you turn
What?
on the setting to get max hit points per level.
Of course you do, and you absolutely should, because that rule is just bizarre.
Oh wow, that's I. Oh yeah, this is D&D.
In D&D, you would roll a dice every level, and that's how many hit points you got.
Would it
And
be
each
modified by
class had
your
different-
Constitution
Each class
modifier?
had different dice you'd roll, like wizards would roll 1d4, fighters would roll a d10. You know?
Yeah.
Yes. I
But
don't know if the
Constitution modifier, yes, that did go into it, but second edition didn't actually have straight up Constitution modifier. In fact, it didn't show your modifier at all. The
Oh.
space between 8 in a stat and 15 in a stat was nothing. It didn't give you any bonuses or penalties. As soon as you went over that, you started getting extra hit points. As soon as you went under it, you wouldn't get as many. If you were a wizard with 3 constitution, then you would 1. Die if you ever left a hermetically sealed chamber, and 2. Get a maximum of 1 hit point per level.
Ugh, horrid. God, I hate D&D.
In fact, it's possible to die in the opening sequence of Baldur's Gate 2, because the evil wizard, casts a couple of spells at you before the game even starts. And a wizard with minimum constitution, at the minimum level that's possible to start the second game, will actually have few enough hit points that they will die to that spell. And the game just plays the game over sequence right away.
Jasmine, the version is second and first edition because they were weird about
Imperial Strength is first and second edition. They took it out in third edition because it was stupid.
Yeah,
the what?
Stats are weird.
If you rolled an 18 on your strength during character generation in first or second D&D, if you were a fighter, you also got to roll a percentile dice, like 2 d10s,
Yeah, no.
and work out, a percentage between 1 and 100, and that was a bonus you got to some skills, and also, for some reason, adds to your attack rolls. Sometimes it's complicated. It wasn't really necessary, and they should have just made it, okay, maybe you have a chance to get 19 strength.
Wow,
But
that's...
no, they were so tied to that 18 strength stat that they awkwardly put in an extra stat on top of it.
Yeah, that sounds like... I was about to say it was
Which
Ghost, but it wasn't Ghost,
only
it was
fighters
TSR.
get.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
that sounds like
TSR,
them.
originally the strategic review, but later they were just TSR and it didn't stand for anything. Who published first couple of editions of D&D. Third edition was Wizards of the Coast because TSR made some hilariously bad decisions, like financially.
Oh yeah.
There's specifically a game called Dragon Dice, which was like a trading card game, but you would buy booster packs of dice, and you would get like common dice that would only have 1s and 2s on them, and things like that. And you can already see the ways this could go wrong, right?
Yes.
Basically, they put so much money into this, it bankrupted them. You just kept throwing more money into it, going, okay, maybe the next set will be a success. It was never a success.
Yeah.
And it was like the pet project of, I believe it was a lady who owned TSR at the time. I might be mistaken here. But basically, she had this idea for a game, and it was so poorly thought out that it killed the entire company that had been publishing Dungeons and Dragons for over 20 years.
That
Gosh.
that kind of makes sense coming from the publisher of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, sorry to
My game
interject.
uses dice.
I love that. I actually
Dungeon
love
Dice
that
Monster.
episode.
Oh yeah, it's a good episode, but it's not...
I
It's not a game that actually works outside of the context of the episode.
I wanted Dungeon Dice Monsters so bad.
There was a video
Yeah.
game of it which is kind of clunky, and there was actually very briefly a physical game.
Yeah, I got both.
And yeah,
Kittens.
it didn't last
Oh,
that
yes.
long.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, sorry to interject, but to get back on tabletop RPGs, I've forgotten how bad it is without the torch. But yeah, I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition for like 2 years now, over 2
Yeah.
years now, because I have a group that is playing Tomb of Horrors, Tomb of Annihilation.
Yeah.
And it took like 2 years to finally get to the city that contains the Tomb of Annihilation.
Very slow burn campaign.
Oh, D&D. For the
Yeah.
most part, we've been playing it like once a week, right?
Yeah,
And it's
my
just the
time
adventure
zone never
path
lines up to that.
is just so. Yeah, it's just the adventure path is really long, partially of just like the things you have to go through just to get to the city that contains the tomb, and it's
Yeah.
like it's adventure
It's
paths.
not
Adventure
one
paths are awful.
campaign, it's a series of linked campaigns, effectively.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I've been having a lot of fun with my friends, but at the same time, the more I played D&D, it made me think, oh hey, there's a lot of weird things mechanically that D&D does that like
Yeah.
just kind of gets excused because
There's
it's
a lot of holdovers
D&D.
from because
Oh,
it
man.
was the very first RPG of its type.
You should
Yeah.
see
Robert
D&D
First had a lot of
Basic.
penetration.
I've
Yeah,
seen
and
a little bit.
because
I know
it's
it had that
adapted
go.
from originally Chainmail, which is a large-scale battle game, it has a lot of weird mechanical holdovers from that have stuck around even to the present day that don't actually make a terrible amount of sense.
Yeah.
Like, it took them 3 editions to get rid of Faco.
Thaco.
God, yeah.
Faco.
Thaco, tomato.
So let's
Um,
go.
But yeah, actually, no. That said, learning more about like and actually digging a bit more into D&D, it actually made me appreciate other tabletop RPGs and like
yeah,
learn more
there,
about
there are
those.
better options than
Because-
D&D nowadays. If you
Yeah, I think
if you're not
honest-
doing something that wants specifically to be a D&D campaign, like in that classical style, you would want literally any other system.
honestly, there's for games like D&D of like dungeon crawling and whatnot, there's better games than D&D.
Yeah, but it's got its own specific style because of those mechanics.
Uh,
But
Oh,
think there's-
generally, you
that
don't
said,
really
there's still
want them
things
anymore.
that
There are
So-
better dungeon crawlers.
so I don't need torches ever again. I just learned the
I-
torch spell.
Oh, good.
I mean, that uses MP, but yeah. If you have the MP
Uses
for it.
2
Oh, it's only
MP,
2.
who
Okay,
cares?
then yeah.
And also,
Better
it,
than torch.
yeah.
Yeah,
Why do you even have torches now?
because money sink.
But
Ah.
yeah, there are a lot of good specialized RPGs for basically any kind of story you want to tell.
I mean, even
And-
more than just particularly specialized. I mean, like, there's a lot of weird Yeah, you mentioned the mechanical holdovers, but like, there's
Yeah.
a lot that just don't really make a whole lot of sense. Of just like, like the fact that in D&D 5e, it costs 50 gold for the weakest health potion available, right? But like, for early levels, you're not really like gonna
You never buy
Buy
potions.
potions
You
because
find
it's like it's so expensive, like comparatively, and like for the healing you get, it's pretty expensive. And it just prioritizes using spells anyway. So it's just like, why this so expensive for like an emergency? Oh shit, we're out of health spell slots.
There's
We
a
need
very
to
weird
bring
thing
someone.
about the economy of Dungeons and Dragons, which is everything costs far, far more than you'd expect.
Dungeons and capitalism.
Yeah, and some editions, some other games try to justify it with, oh well, you're adventurers. People know that you're adventurers and charge you that price for it. Or in areas where there are adventurers, the economy tends to become inflated because you keep digging gold out of tombs and selling it on.
Oh, I
Yeah.
had a repellent? What?
No.
You have to repellent all that time.
That explains why monsters wouldn't go after me, but the repellents don't last that long.
That is weird.
But yeah, it means there are a lot of strange economic quirks in D&D. Like, you can buy hundreds of dogs for the price of a sword.
Yeah.
Not
And
even
actually-
a good sword, just like a basic one. Which is why,
Yeah.
of course, you end up with people going, okay, I will spend my money on having hundreds of dogs. When you ask how you're going to feed them, you're like, well, that's the point. There's starving, crazed dogs that you set loose in the dungeon.
God.
Why not? It's
Horrid.
horrible because everything is horrible if you let that kind of player do that.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons is the Harry Potter of tabletop games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good analogy.
Oh boy. I remember seeing on Twitter someone talking about like,
Please play another
Tief-
tabletop game.
yeah, just tieflings and like, oh, if they get marry someone else who isn't tiefling, they would dilute the bloodline. I'm like, oh wow, I hate this.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate. Oh,
This
Ooh,
is
just-
why a lot of people in recent years have been going, yeah, actually the races system in D&D is, well, racist. Not directly, but it does jump through a lot of hoops to make it work that end up doing that.
yep.
And whilst you can, have a story with elves and orcs and everything, when it's, oh, orcs are always evil, you have to kill them on sight, and it suddenly gets weird.
Yeah, especially since like I think like
Because they're intelligent humanoids that you are told to murder.
yep, that apparently only care about being evil even if it gets them killed. Like yeah, it's especially since a lot of the tropes associated with them in D&D specifically, and also for goblins as well, share a lot of the same like messages and like themes of like anti-black racism, of like they have no real culture of themselves, but they want to steal white people, I mean human culture, and destroy it, and like they want to harm people, especially like the half orcs and like some of the messed up stuff like around that.
Yeah, like half orcs getting, oh yeah, you get an intelligence penalty, and it's...
I remember,
And-
like, playing the Shadowrun game. It said that trolls are just as intelligent as anyone, and then when you try to make a troll character, it says, no, you're
Yeah,
not
it's
allowed
an
to make them
intelligence
intelligent.
cap.
Yeah,
I
it's,
mean, you should be
felt-
able to, like, you could say, okay, maybe there's no point in doing it, and they don't get access to anything that really uses it, but if you want to play as that character, you can.
And I still say that's a problem.
yeah, I mean, Shadowrun has.
Oh yeah, Gary
Gygax.
Gygax.
Yeah, Gary
So
Gygax was a
only
literal
every-
like you know sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Let me-
doubt that. He's,
Um,
that was decades ago, and you saw that kind of person,
But
well,
like
everywhere.
even like in the 2000s, he was still pushing for those ideas.
Yeah.
Like the
it
person
also-
he chose to represent lawful good was like a eugenicist or something.
he was. I know the example you're talking about. It was a U.S. soldier like going around committing genocide against Native Americans. And it's like,
yeah.
this guy is this guy is lawful good, and it's like, and like the quote from the guy was talking about how like, oh yeah, you gotta kill Native American women and children to make sure that there's no more Native Americans. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
no, that
that's
tracks.
not a good aligned character.
I mean, if it depends on your definition of good,
Yeah.
especially
I mean,
since
you
humans.
could be making a
Indeed.
game that's social commentary where there is an alignment that is considered good that is not necessarily our understanding of good. But that's not what he's going for, because
No,
yeah,
he's playing it straight. Like
he's
the
just going,
fact
no,
that
this
the paladins and
is inarguably good.
and clerics
Paladins
have
are a
like
whole mess in themselves.
yeah, they have the whole like you know crusader kind of vibe to them, like specifically the actual crusade kind of vibes, you know, of the holy warriors fighting for their gods, and like
The wild thing is, like, paladins, for all of the special rules about them, in first edition, because of the way you picked your stats, you would roll for your stats and you might qualify to be a paladin after doing so if you had 18s and multiple stats. Like, vanishingly rare, like 1 in tens of thousands of chance. No one ever played by that rule though, because some people just wanted to be paladins. So they just went, okay, sure, you're a paladin now, who cares?
And
Yeah.
like,
But, you know, it's part of the game design that strictly speaking couldn't have been.
like, if you wanted to be a bard, it was even harder.
Oh yeah, the bard rules were absolutely insane in first edition.
no, I've yet.
To
Are we
like
talking about?
dual class twice.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that sounds bonkers. I haven't read up on the original edition of the game, nor first edition, which are two different
Yeah.
things.
Yep.
Bards
Because
were kind
they-
of a later addition to first edition.
With the first or original, because they released the original Dungeons and Dragons, and
Yeah.
then after some
Yeah,
like
and advanced
erratas
Dungeons
and like
Dragons,
advanced and like errata and like other supplements, then they decided to like, oh, we'll call that first edition, which is not at all confusing at all.
And then there's the advanced first edition,
Yes, and then there's basic
basic.
that I think only went up to like 5th level.
No, it went up to like it went to the max levels, but like if you wanted to play a
Yeah, but
race,
level
you
cap
didn't
was significantly lower back then.
like you wanted to play a race that wasn't human. That was considered a class, and you couldn't max that
Yeah.
class.
The Hobbit levels, or Hobbit class.
But you got
or the elf.
like you also got like weird semi levels that like
Yeah, there was so much mechanical weirdness back then.
it just
Like, you can
Did-
point at a lot of stuff nowadays that descends from it, but back then everything it was a wasteland.
Yeah, they really just overcomplicate things. Oh, and also, because Jasmine brought it up, I should mention goat points, right?
Points?
Goat points, because you see in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, right? A single gold coin. Yeah, gold coins are supposed to be like rare and not really used all too often to buy things, supposedly, or that's how it's described in the player's handbook. For even though you're anyway, but I was looking at this and just like looking at the prices and like how it's like, oh, supposedly like someone who's poor only spends so much like silver coins per day to, or like or a commoner spends that much like to live or whatever, but like a shovel is like a 1 gold piece, right? And I'm like, that sounds like, that sounds weird. And then like looking at other things, and then like a goat is 1 gold piece, because of course for some reason in this game about adventuring you can just buy a fucking goat.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
sacrificing.
Of course, but and that's part of
Those
the
are
goods
cute.
and services. No, it's like the barter goods. Like there's a section in the book about like trade goods, and like goats are in there. And it also says rules is written that you can exchange trade goods in exchange of you know, coins for the same value. So I'm like, wait a second, I like the standard for like looking at this, I'm like, oh, so that means you could potentially buy like a healing potion for 50 goats. Just and just like oh, and also
you could trade a healing potion for 50 goats.
exactly, and also I guess you can just make a goat farm or just raise goats to have infinite money. Just keep popping out more goats.
Like,
And
oh god, my throat. Hold on, let me get a drink.
Alright. But, yeah, the Go Point thing was fun to think about. I think I have a thread of it on Twitter at some point. I need to try to find it. Because, yeah, it's just like, you know, like, they can't make a perfect economy, and I don't think anyone wants D&D or, like, any role-playing game to have, like, some sort of perfect economic model deal, but, like, it's just, it falls apart if you poke at it with, like, a stick. Well, no, it falls apart if you poke at it with a 10-foot pole. And it's just, like, so it gets weird when you like actually look at it, and also just some of the holdovers from older editions. Just like, of course you can buy a bag of saffron as in your game about adventuring and fighting dragons.
I mean, of course you would. How else would you make paella?
You know what? You got me there.
I haven't actually made paella in years because it's the kind of thing that you make for like 6 or 7 people. Like, I legitimately could not eat a whole batch of paella if I made it. It's just not economical without, you know, that many people for the saffron.
Yeah. Yeah, D&D's weird, but great. I was stuck on. Oh yeah, since you know to go back for a second, I believe.
Goat points.
Go point.
No, keep talking. Ignore me.
Great. Now I'm partially wondering. Oh yeah, no, I guess to go back to another issue of D&D, just because I could dunk on that for ages. I love the fact that it's. I both love and hate the fact that everything has combat statistics. Like, you can get a horse in 5th edition, or you can get a war horse. The war horse is more expensive, barely has better stats. Barely, like, it can trample things, I guess, but I think the normal horse can also trample things. So it's like... I don't know, it's just such a weird... Oh, and the fact that, like, normal house cats have combat statistics.
Oh yeah. I mean, back in 3rd edition, a level 1 character would stand even odds of losing to a normal house cat and dying. Just because they had multiple attacks.
They had multiple attacks?
Like, they had their scratch and their bite, and that's enough for them to fight evenly with any level 1 character.
Oh wow, at least in 5th edition, they only have, like, they don't have multi-attack, they just have
both bite
one
and claw are, you know, lethal weapons, so they roll, I want to say 1d4 each, which means you can potentially one-shot any level 1 character.
That's actually an interesting thing to bring up, because in 3rd edition, one of the cantrips is like an acid attack, but it's 1d3, so it's non-lethal.
Yeah.
What? 1d3 meant non-lethal?
Yep.
I don't know enough about... I've looked into 3rd edition, but not enough to be able to challenge what you're saying without opening up Wiki. But so
Yeah.
non-lethal acid, sure. Oh no. Now you got me thinking about hit points.
Yeah, hit
And the fact
points
that
are weird. It's
they're an
usually
abstract.
best to think of them as they're an abstraction of the, your will to fight or something. If you take them as literally how much damage you can survive, it gets silly.
It is silly because like they've been like Wizard of the Coast and probably TSR have been sent fan mails. They've been sent calls and then emails once that was a thing about like, hey, what is a hit point? And like even in the 5th edition player's handbook, it's like, oh, it's some sort of abstraction of will to fight, yada yada. But if you get below half your total hit points, that's when you really get hurt. But at the same time, the game is like, yo, you can get hit by a Dragon Ball or a Dragon's Fireball and have like 1 hit point left.
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Z.
I see.
You get drop to like 1 hit point left, take a nap for 8 hours,
Uh-oh, that's
and
a
then
bit
be
light.
completely fine. And it's like, what does that mean? Like, I don't have a problem with abstraction in games. It's just like, what
You
exactly
didn't
does
even
this
try
all
to
mean?
fireball him.
I thought I was strong enough.
You're
Yeah.
not
No.
strong enough to beat a dynamite.
You got this.
No, I don't.
But yeah, hit
Believe in
points.
the power of
So- You said earlier, like, no RPG wants to model an economy.
Oh
But the
no.
thing is, have you ever heard of the term, like, an RPG heartbreaker? And it's not the name of a specific game, it's a type of game which wants to be D&D, so it's a heartbreaker, as in you would publish a system and try to, supplant D&D. Obviously, it never worked.
Yeah.
But you'd see people go, oh well, here's my fantasy system, which has 6 similarly named but legally distinct stats. You have wound points, and you can play as elves and arcs or whatever, and it would be transparently a rip-off of D&D. But every single one of these RPG heartbreakers seem to love, just having more and more classes that no one would ever play. Like, oh, you can be a farmer, you can be a dirt shoveler. If you've got low enough stats, you don't get to re-roll your stats because it's based in first edition D&D. And you'd see dozens of these games. They're all mostly forgettable, aside from not being good in a lot of weird and funny ways. There's a podcast called System Mastery, which about half their content is reviewing, those kind of RPGs. They generally review old, weird, or bad RPGs. And there's a lot of ones that fall into all 3 of those categories that are heartbreakers. Because they just want to be D&D and somehow aren't as good. They add more mechanics because someone creating the game has played a game of D&D and went, oh well, there should be an extra rule for this. We should have more rules for surviving in the wilderness. We should have more rules for letting our war horses fight, and so on. And so
God.
you end up with games that literally try to model everything. And so you get, oh well, you've rolled
So
low enough
the
stat, you
Dead
must be a
Knight isn't
farmer.
affected by fireballs.
Oh, that's
What?
gonna suck.
Is it resistant or just not
This is
a
not.
effect? Oh. Oh no. Hmm.
It's Bones Wild Ride.
You're getting off the ride for now. Oh wow. Wait, what was I going to say? Yes. No, that I need to look up that podcast at some point. But I guess one thing I wanted to get back to you about the hit points in D&D, especially in
Wolf.
5th edition, is it's a wolf. Sorry. Sorry, Wolf.
Fifth
Can't
edition.
believe. Oh yes, 5th edition, right? The fact that like it borrows a lot of the. It secretly borrows a lot of the rules and like mechanics from 3.5 edition, which is funny to think about of why there even is a 3.5 edition, not just anyway.
Yeah, third edition had so much.
It really did,
rules
but
weirdness.
but anyway, it takes a lot of the rules from that, right? Which had like things. Oh yeah, hit points, right? It takes rules for like armor class, you know, just like depending on how big things were, or like because it's easier to hit something that's really big than something that's small,
Yeah.
etc., etc. But because of that, a lot of things just get like abstracted together into the same abstraction. Like,
Oh, Wolf Lord.
oh, a wolf lord.
You're gonna want to watch
Strong
out for
and
this
furry.
guy.
Yay!
I put the dog to sleep.
Yeah. I can't believe you're committing furry on furry violence. But yeah, saying there's so many abstractions put together that it kind of like hit points and armor class just become weird. Because it's like, here's a creature that's really big and has armored plates, but its AC is like pretty low, but it just has more HP to compensate, which I get, makes sense. Like, I get the idea behind it, but then it's like, well, why not borrow or like borrow some of the things from like earlier edition of like damage reduction or whatever, because they have like the full resistance, immunity, and vulnerability, but they got rid of like just some things having like taken a little bit less damage from attacks or whatever.
Yeah, damage reduction caused a lot of problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it causing a lot of problems, but I guess what I'm saying,
Second edition
saying
really
was that
stacked onto so
if
many
you abstract,
golems
nope,
that-
Discord is not responding for me.
No, I can hear you just fine.
Oh,
I can hear you.
okay, that was weird. Discord was just not. I couldn't hear anyone for a bit, and it's hiccuping again for some reason, which is
Yeah,
always
there's nothing
bizarre.
to say now.
Oh, okay, but yeah, like
Yeah.
Jasmine's helped me remember in chat of just like hit points represent your your health, your vitality, your luck, your armor. It kind of means everything, and also kind of nothing all at once. Like it. If I'm getting kind of tired. I should probably go eat some food. To be honest.
I need food.
Or like heat up something to eat, but yeah, it's like I always find it interesting looking at like various games or whatnot of how they handle like potentially like health or whatnot, like the Fate toolkit, the Fate system. It doesn't really have an HP deal. It has something called stress, but it's like Fate is modeled more on like narratives and whatnot, and stress just means like before you're taken out of a scene, potentially you can get consequences that like last longer. Like if someone
I'm at 1 hit point.
attacks you, and you have to Oh wow. Oh wow. Alright, yeah, you still have some HP. Yeah, I meant MP, but yeah, of like it's modeled more on like narrative. So in Fate, like you can be taken out of a scene if you don't absorb any stress that comes your way from an attack or something, right? And because of that, that can easily be like, oh, a wizard cast a fireball at you and you got sent flying into a wall and got knocked out or killed, depending on your playstyle and game you're playing. But it could also be like in a debate of just like, oh, like, of the great. I was thinking of a scenario in my head, but you know, like, maybe like a court case of like two lawyers arguing for like the, you know, like persecutor and defender, and it's like you losing your like, or getting taken out could mean like, oh, you
I'm
lost
afraid your
the
objections
defense.
have turned, Mr. Wright. You lose 5 hit points from my magic missile. Oh,
God.
bet you're not annoyed at Judge Wizard again.
God. Judge was. Know what? That could be a fate. Know what? I'm trying to. Now I'm trying to think of Ace Attorney, but
Have
spells.
you ever heard of a game called Giant Allege?
No.
Alright, it's a game that has 2 distinct phases. The first half of it is it's a courtroom battle. You are lawyers arguing for and against a defendant. You know, you are putting forward evidence, you're constructing arguments, you know. Except the thing is, strictly speaking, you can't win the court case. All you can do is influence what happens in the second part of it, which is the trial by combat. Except said combat is, well, the game's called Giant Allege, so it's giant robots fighting over the ruins of post-apocalyptic Australia.
Huh.
The winner of the court case, or at least whoever's got the advantage there, gets to argue for, yeah, I should have the better mech to fight with, I should have the better weapons, my client is 100% innocent, that is why I should have the Goldion hammer, and so on. And, you know, it's just giant robots slugging it out in the middle of a court case.
Hell yeah.
Of course it is. I have no idea how good a game it is, but conceptually that is just fantastic.
That is fantastic. No, because now you got me thinking about other games, other interesting games. I kind of changed the topic from D&D, but have you ever heard of Honey Heist?
No.
I have not.
It is incredibly fun, and I should play it for the, or I should run it for the BB Gun Show chat at some point, because it's really fun. Because you see, it is. I'm trying to remember on the top of my head of the summary from the PDF, but it's the year 2017, and it's the annual Honey Heist.
It's the year 2017. I've got to
Team.
warn everyone.
Right, and
Buy bitcoins.
God, the year 2017. There's the HoneyCon 2017, and you need to go steal from it, but there's one problem. You are a goddamn bear. And it's about bears who are going to steal, or going to try to steal, from HoneyCon, whatever you want to imagine it to be. I ran a game for a podcast called Stranger's Fiction. Actually, I ran two different games, but one of them was based in the Bass Pro Shop, like the Pyramid one in
Oh, the
Memphis,
Pyramid.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
The Bass Pro Shop Pyramid.
Yeah, I kind of watched like a documentary about that recently. It's such a bizarre building. It's got a weird history.
Oh, I need to look it up. I
It's
know it was
just-
something.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I know it was something else before being the Bass Pro Shop.
It was meant to be the Memphis Pyramids, like a set of 3 pyramids that would stand in Memphis. It'd be the Great American Pyramids, be a big tourist attraction. And the funding fell through, and it was, okay, we can get by with 1 pyramid, that's what we'll make. We'll, you know, make it a sports arena, we'll have people go there. Nobody wanted to host sports games there because, you know, it's a giant pyramid out in the desert. It's not the most practical place for, you know, a sporting team to be based. Nobody could afford the rent to, you know, take up residence in the rest of the building, so it was a sports team on the bottom floor and then nothing else until the top, which is a small cafe. There were rumors at some points that it was cursed, that it was the site of human sacrifices, that it was a crystal skull welded to the tip of the pyramid by the CEO of the company that made it, which actually turned out to be true, bizarrely.
What?
Wait, it was because it's the Hard Rock Cafe that was in the top floor, and the CEO of the Hard Rock Cafe put the crystal skull up on the top.
What?
It's bizarre. It was accused of being, you know, a cult thing, but like it wasn't. It was a guy playing a practical joke that went too far.
Okay.
But yeah, they eventually just ran out of the cash for it because the only people paying rent for it were a sports team who had since moved to a new arena, like 3 blocks down. Because the rest of the city had changed so much in that time. And then Bass Pro just picked it up for pennies on the dollar because nobody else wanted it.
Amazing.
And amazingly, actually made it somewhat successful. Because they, you know, made the weirdest Bass Pro shop possible. It's a whole swamp inside a pyramid in the desert.
Is that a desert? I don't think Tennessee
It's not
has a
quite
desert. But yeah,
It's
probably.
fairly warm, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Tennessee. Yeah, it should be warm. I think.
Like,
Yeah,
compared
not a
to
desert,
what
but
I'm
definitely hot.
used to.
Definitely hot.
Keep in
Probably.
mind that, you know, my perception of America is very different because I'm from Scotland. It's freezing cold all the time up there.
Yeah, that's fair. I was gonna comment on that, and also.
And also, I don't know anything about what's in what states.
Oh yeah, that's. I remember as a child having to like be taught and like the, you know, like
I don't know
the
where
states and the
Tennessee
capitals,
is.
and it's like there's so many 50 states, 50 capitals, and it's like
There's
I don't
so many
care.
50 states, 50 capitals.
Look, I haven't eaten dinner yet, so don't judge me. But yes,
Guilty.
Yeah,
Brain.
I was
Oh
going
yes,
to make some
Bass
pizza
Pro Shop.
earlier today, but, you know, after a bird wrecked my kitchen, thankfully only the floor, though, because it couldn't fly, so it's just a baby bird.
Yeah.
But, you know, still
looked like
enough
an
that I
adult
didn't
bird in
feel
the
up to
picture.
cooking. So I just fried some chips.
Nice. Chips are nice, but
Yeah, but I kind of need to eat something
Yeah.
more.
yeah.
I have fruit cups.
Good for you.
Nice. I guess, like I say, Honey Heist is fun. You have
Yeah.
2 stats. You have bear and you have criminal. You roll bear to do bear things. Oh yeah, and those are numerical numbers from normally from that can go from 1 to 6, right? And depending on certain things, like if the heist is going really well, or if the heist isn't going well. Like if the heist is going really well and you're feeling more competent, your criminal stat can go up, and you're trying to roll like a dice or
If
maybe
it's
2
got
dice.
bad and you've gone loud, your bear stat increases.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
And the thing is, though, if
This is
you're
basically how we play Payday.
especially with rain.
Turn into bear and ball our way out.
Yes, but oh, and if your bear stat ever gets to 6, you flip out bear style and just wreck things up, and then I believe in the PDF it says, and in an hour animal control comes and picks you up. But if your criminal stat ever goes up to 6, you betray your team and try to take everything for yourself because you've been completely absorbed into the life of crime.
I love the phrasing of "they come and pick you up." They're like your
Yeah.
mom.
Yeah. Look, if you're a bear flipping out because you're in a casino that was hosting HoneyCon 2069, they'll just call animal control. Like, hey, there's a bear, and it's just like flipping out. Can you get the bear? And someone would be like, "Yeah, sure, we'll be on our way."
It's okay, honey. You can go. We can go home now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That
it
sounds like the kind of thing that, like, if we played an RPG in BP Gun Show, it would be that. Even
yes.
if we were trying to play something else.
But my favorite thing about it is that it's made for like one shots. You know, it's just really a quick
Yeah.
game. Like in like maybe like 2 or 3 hours or whatever, you can get through a game of it easily with like a group of friends and just have a blast. And it's really good at like helping people like improvise because like gosh, players can do a whole bunch of nonsense. Could you just like, oh, I want to do a thing, and like, no, if that's something that's worth
If something
a
a
roll
bear
for it,
or a criminal can do, you can do
go
it.
for it. Just go nuts. I was about to say something, but that would spoil the podcast episode I did with the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid and
Yeah.
its many secrets. So
I mean, it does have a lot of secrets.
but like, oh yeah, some of the loot that the bears can be after is like, I think one was like a type of honey that if you eat it, it turns into a goth.
Nice.
They kept this person locked in this old
wow.
man locked in this room.
He was made to atone for old man crimes.
4 hit points.
Yay! Oh, no, what? Jasmine and Chaz brought up, like, I don't know if there was a live stream one we did of Honey Heist that the host of the podcast ran, and I forget. I think that one is probably I hope it's archived because it was also a blast. And there were I don't want to spoil it too much, but there were encounters of a third. I don't know what the different kinds of extraterrestrial encounters were, but meteor honey was involved.
Okay, meteoric honey.
You know, sometimes you just want to eat some weird honey that came out from a strange meteorite, or something that came out of a meteorite, because you think it'd be fun.
You know, some people make swords out of meteorites, you know. Other people just see a
meteoric
meteor.
iron. It's meteoric honey. What else are you gonna do with it?
You know.
But yeah, I linked the abandoned episode in the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid in that chat.
Nice.
Chat, apparently neither of you know how to rename, giving me unlimited power.
A Memphis pyramid. Jesus
It's
Christ.
difficult to rename it, and you know, if you ask me to change it, yeah.
But yeah, anyway, we should probably make if we're going to do this regularly, we should make an official server. But I was going to ask you if you wanted to make
Discord
it.
groups are kind of awkward to work with, and
Yeah,
also pings me whenever you say anything.
yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It's not
And,
the
like, I've already said before that I'm in 5 servers, so whenever you say something, I know that you want to say. Like, I'm not saying stop, I'm saying, like, I will look at 5 servers of update and go, oh yeah, I know why.
Anyway, we just got an upgrade for our sword.
hell yeah.
It's made of steel. In this,
Yeah.
in this like
Got swords of steel.
middle-aged-ish fantasy land, we have
Look.
steel.
Look, it's basically the same kind of tech of D&D land, which is whatever they thought was appropriate.
Yeah.
Because D&D just kind of mixes
Yeah,
everything together.
anachronisms, Magitech, dungeon punk, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, I am a big fan of dungeon punk as an aesthetic, where you've got, like, a fantasy world that isn't necessarily less advanced than us, it's just they're using, like, monsters and magic to compensate for technology they don't have.
You hear
Yeah.
about those French caverns that people live in?
Yeah, the catacombs,
Yeah. The kitty
the ones
cats.
underneath Paris. Yeah, there's a lot to say about them, you know?
Yep.
So sheltered down there during World War II. They're not actually fully mapped. Nobody knows how far down they go, but they go far down enough that buildings in Paris actually have a strict height limit on them, because otherwise they will collapse into the catacombs.
God, that
It's like
sounds
a
like
skeleton pit.
that sounds like how in JRPGs there's like an ancient what is it, Promethean race or whatever, and like you find their ruins and
Precursor?
stuff.
Precursor?
Yeah.
One of those. Honestly, Edinburgh has a similar deal, just not quite to the same extent. Which is, most of old Edinburgh is buried under New Edinburgh. You just kept building on top of it and just sealed off the bottom
And we're
layer.
just going to find like super ancient, hyper advanced technology if we go further and further down.
Oh no, we know what's at the bottom of Edinburgh, and nothing down there is worth going back.
Also,
Like- It's like London, you know, has so many plague pits underneath it that they have to reroute when they're digging new lines through the underground. They have to reroute around skeleton blockages, just solid walls of bone, because there's so many people who died of the plague and are just tossed down there.
damn.
It's kind of grim when you think about it.
Grim and Vandy.
Yeah.
Billy and Mandy, damn it.
And
I
it's
did
just
it
weird that, you know, America doesn't tend to have these cities because they're relatively, you know, new country.
Well, we have ancient cities, but like we disrespect the hell out
Oh,
of them.
of course you do.
Yeah, no,
but
Yeah.
we're
Not
shitty
to the
to the
same-
natives.
not to the same degree that, you know, you build them over bone pits that, you know, have been there for
Oh.
thousands of years.
Yeah, maybe not for that long, but I know like Wall Street is partially built over, like, I believe like a mass grave for
That makes sense
slaves?
for Wall,
Yeah,
Wall
tracks.
Street. It's
Like,
Wall Street. That
it's not-
makes perfect sense for an evil place
It's
to be
part of the
built.
ritual to summon Mammon. You know, demon of greed. I don't
Demon.
know who knows who Mammon is.
If there's any
Huh.
god that rich people worship, it's Mammon.
Well, actually, strictly speaking, it's Moloch.
Moak.
You know, the owl god. Ah,
Owls.
I think I'm actually just dipping into references you don't get now.
I make references people don't get all the time.
No, it's... What's this say? But yeah, you... Like, Americans go, oh, someone died in this house, it must be haunted. And we go,
Oh,
oh yeah,
yeah.
100 people died in this house, who cares?
Yeah,
Like,
I
it
know
is
the
hard-
Civil War.
If ghosts were real, Britain would be, you know, so badly haunted.
No, it
Even worse
oddly,
than it is now,
Damn it, Wolf.
supposedly.
I can't believe Star Wolf. No, that's not his name, is it?
Star
he's-
Wolf.
Alright, I keep forgetting if that's like
Wolf
his
O'Donnell.
code name. Yeah. Can't believe Wolf McDonald beating you up in dungeon.
O'Donnell.
But
This
O'Donnell.
makes him Irish.
Great. What about? What
Well,
was I
Fox is named
Oh,
Fox
yes.
McCloud.
Yeah, that is.
Cloud is an old Scottish clan. Hence, you know, the Highlander being, well, yeah, he's called McLeod.
But the one
Yeah.
guy wasn't Scottish, he was Egyptian. And also white.
Oh yeah, Ramirez. Yeah, he's played by Sean Connery, which is probably the weirdest casting decision they could make. Yeah. You know, I've never actually seen Highlander the movie. I've only seen Highlander the post-apocalyptic cartoon, where Ramirez actually is Spanish, but played by a guy doing a pretty decent Sean Connery impersonation. And the plot of it is that instead of the plot of Highlander 1 happening, the world just ends. There's like climate change kills most of the people on the planet. All the immortals go, you know what, let's stop fighting. We'll swear never to raise our swords against each other. And we'll restore the world. And of course the last immortal who's meant to swear this goes, actually no, I think I won't. I'll just rule over the world. And so it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Which is a weird way to do Highlander.
Oh, you're on Audio Entropy, kittycatherder?
Yeah, I co-host or guest or whatever the term is on there quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
Or for specifically Cass's podcast of Stranger's Fiction, which is focused on one-shots and all that.
So, one bit of RPG game design that I feel is kind of interesting is when the health stat is more defensive than the actual defense stat.
Pokemon Generation 1 Chansey.
Oh yeah. But yeah,
You hit
also.
them, and
They
you
had-
kill them. It takes you 5 minutes to find out.
No, that's Generation 4, I think.
Nope, the first one did have the health bar slowly deplete, which is really funny.
Blessy, I'm thinking of. Hey, I'm actually faster than this guy for once. No.
But you're
No,
not, Pepper. Welcome to Dark Souls.
Don't give up, skeleton.
Don't give up. No, since
Hey,
you mentioned,
it's Uncle Death here. Senpai.
I wish I could play that game. I don't think my computer can handle it. But
Yeah,
like,
I've never actually played Let It Die. It's just, I've seen Uncle Death. He's a good character.
he is a good character. It's just like
It's a silly concept, and it works.
yeah, it sold really, like the voice acting and just the animation just sells it really well. Of just you start the game and this weird skeleton guy who looks like the Grim Reaper.
Except he's
also
on a
visits-
skateboard.
And
and
the Grim
has
Reaper.
The swirly glasses. And
Yep.
he calls you Senpai, and he just does it in this really goofy voice.
Yeah, it's great. It's
Like,
just
I know spoilers for the endings. I'm not gonna say them unless you want to hear them, but you know, he gets even weirder as it goes on.
Oh yeah.
It's great.
I watched someone stream it. Oh, it can cast heal too.
Yep.
lovely. Now let's talk about how do you
Beat
feel
the Dark
about
Knight.
turn-based RPG enemies that can heal themselves.
If done well, they're a good idea.
Yeah, if it's part of the challenge of figuring out how to beat an enemy, sure. Like enemies that heal under certain circumstances. If you can just randomly heal to full health, then no.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm going to get more conversation out of that, but no, yeah, that's
It's like
that's how it works.
in Pokemon, the Elite Four members tend to get
Pokemon.
one full restore each, and that is basically if you don't knock out their best Pokemon in one hit, they will bring it back for another round, except because items take a turn to do, usually that doesn't help. Yeah.
You should play Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
Yeah.
I've heard that's really big.
There are... The thing is, there are ROM hacks where people go, oh, I'll up the difficulty of the Elite Four by giving them, maximum in all of the stats they can have, and one of those is the amount of full restores they can have. And when they can heal back to full health 12 turns in a row, like, they don't attack you, they just keep healing. It's frustrating and it's not particularly interesting, and it's not even challenging.
In Nocturne, there's a boss that has like this gimmick of every time it blows its horns, which is every 8 turns, it it will kill the character with the lowest amount of health unless it has the lowest amount of health, percentage-wise, because it has a lot of health. In which case, it will heal itself to full, but every 8 of these 8 horn toots is a heal.
Uh-huh.
Huh.
So you
So
can
it's
get it
about
to heal your
planning,
characters to
yeah.
full.
That's so weird.
It seems like the kind of thing that Shin Megami Tensei would do, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds like
Nocturne is pretty mean.
It's weird design, basically. It's a game where, stat boosts and status changes are really important.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You
that's
actually
why
have to plan ahead.
that's why the Matador exists to like get you to use buffs and debuffs. Like it's
Yeah.
not really hard if you do that.
No, I really appreciate the SFD franchise for actually It feels like it can focus more on those stat changes,
that
stat
means
buffs
to
more.
have puzzle bosses, you need to, use certain statuses to diffuse what their gimmick is.
Oh yeah, I just actually remembered a boss where it has like add-ons and like you have to kill both the boss and all 4 of its like buddies at the same time, because otherwise they will revive each other. And that's in SMT Nocturne. And that's like a required boss.
Gosh.
I want to say one of the later Shin Megami Tensei games had you fight against a cameo of an earlier protagonist.
Oh yeah, that's...
And what they would do against you is they would cycle through each of their elemental attacks in turn. And basically, until, if something it wasn't super effective against you, they wouldn't use it again. Except when they found something that was super effective against you, they would, spam that out until you die.
And if you like...
Except if you were somehow immune to everything and they got through the whole cycle and couldn't find something you were weak to, they pulled out an instant kill attack that bypassed all defenses. So you have to keep switching what your immunities are to keep one step ahead of them, otherwise they will eventually realise, oh, I can't actually beat this in a fair fight, and they just kill you with their instant kill. Which is actually like the almighty element from their game is
Yeah.
it ignores defenses.
That sounds like the Demi-Fiend fight in Digital Devil Saga.
Yeah, I think that might be it. I've not actually played it, but it's because like each of your personas has different strengths and
No, that's
weaknesses.
a Persona is a different game. But
They're
there
double
is a
minions,
fight
I
like
don't
that
know.
in
It's
Personas.
whatever your party are.
Yeah,
Honestly, I just call them personas because that's what I know them as.
yeah, that's fair, honestly.
Demons, but you know, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah, like they're called demons, but I think that's usually just used as a shorthand for like these
Some
weird
stone
supernatural
back in
things.
time, 65 million BC to charge it up.
Oh, you're talking about Chrono Trigger.
I am always talking about Chrono Trigger.
I've never played Chrono Trigger, unfortunately.
Sure, it's a classic.
But yeah, I just got the Sunstone from this guy.
I streamed it a while back. Except like only one person was watching for most of it. So I didn't have much to say.
Let's see, what do I know about it?
That's okay, no
I
one
know
watches
it's a
my
classic.
streams either anyway.
It's probably better to go into it blind, really. Like, that's a
Yeah.
rare thing to see for that kind of game now.
Chrono Trigger
Yeah,
is
I just
great.
know that there's one character that's kind of grown worthy of, or maybe potentially grown worthy of, like,
Oh yeah,
Flea
there's
Man,
Flea, who is
there, Flea. Yeah.
one of the villains named after musicians. You've got Ozzy, Flea, and Slash.
Nice.
In the
Flea
Japanese
from
version.
Red Hot Chili Peppers. I think there were some kind of condiments.
Yeah, in the
food
Japanese.
designed by Akira Toriyama. But Flea is kind of ambiguously gendered, which wasn't always handled best.
Yeah.
I
or
think-
anything like that, or now.
Yeah.
But it's, it's a throwaway line. It's okay,
Yeah.
sure, that's what they're doing, who cares? Still an interesting enough concept
Game.
for a boss
Yeah.
fight. But the game as a whole is pretty good.
So hey, how about we rescue a princess?
Thou must.
Yes,
Rescue
I'm
a
going
princess.
to. I'm going to do the rescue the princess thing.
No, and also, I wish I was logged in to Google on my laptop, but I am having struggling remembering what my password is for Google, and I don't want to go through.
Don't worry, we'll
Very
find your
rural.
password for you.
Oh no.
Yeah. But yeah, Chrono
Oh,
Trigger
yeah.
is definitely worth playing on, well, any way
At
you
some
can
point.
get to it, really.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger is pretty good. I prefer the SNES version, but that's just me.
Yeah, there's more stuff in later editions of it, but that's what I grew up obviously pirating because it was never actually
Yeah,
released
I also
earlier.
pirated.
Now, oh god, real quick, I don't want to interrupt
Perfect.
gushing about Chrono Trigger for a bit, but I still find it completely bonkers that Mother 3 never got an official overseas release.
Yeah,
And like there's
that's fine,
references to
never
it
got released
for
in the
US
UK.
for like US games that came out in the West, or, overseas from Japan, but like they never just released Mother 3 like officially. And
Yeah.
and like out of all the things that Nintendo's like, oh, we're gonna threaten like the Emu Paradise
God.
people with like a huge like lawsuit and all the other things, like that's the one game I guess they're just cool with. Like, yeah, sure, pirate it.
It's always
Yeah, it's
it's always
it's
weird to
actually
me.
partial. No, you talk. I'll be quiet.
It's always weird to me when I get a bell right when the stream gets a bell, and it finishes right when the stream finishes as well. That is just weird timing. Leather, steel.
But yeah, Earthbound is probably the other Super Nintendo RPG that I'd recommend because it's, well,
There's
if
a
you played Undertale and then you play Earthbound, you go, oh, suddenly that makes so much more sense.
Actually, I think I want to play Moon first. Because I know that's what inspired. That's one of the things that I think. Or was it? No. I know Moon was also an inspiration to Undertale, and a much more kind of direct in a way. Because you kill monsters in. God, Moon's a weird RPG. Because you
it's
play
the
as a kid
anti-RPG.
playing. It is the anti-RPG. it is like, but yeah, it's another one of those. But yeah, both Moon and Mother series are both games I definitely want to play at some point because I know they're both really interesting. I would just be like, you know what? Of just like what they wanted to do and say, and using the mediums of like, of video games to do so, while also kind of being a bit trolly in like fun ways. Like the fact that I know in Earthbound there's like a baseball bat that you can get towards the end game for like Ness that does like that does a lot more damage, but it doesn't tell you that its accuracy is only like 75% or something.
Yeah,
and,
One
like,
third.
it's a big decrease. So like you're like, oh cool, I have this cool bat, and then you swing it and it's like, oh, I keep tending to miss a lot more often, and just like, did I normally miss this much? Yeah, it's just like, nah.
Certain weapons have shit accuracy. Yeah. And the best weapons are the ones that increase guts a lot.
Guts.
Do you have it?
Have it.
I played.
Guts over here. I just want a song.
Oh. I played the original Mother, and God, it is rough.
It's a bit clunky. It wasn't as refined as Earthbound.
That dragon was cute in its overworld sprite.
Yeah.
This dragon. So, fun fact: this dragon, specifically this sprite of the dragon, is the second boss of Dragon Warrior Monsters. It's a guaranteed recruit to your party, and it will stay in your party for most of the game because it's so strong.
Oh, nice.
Leveled up, it gets some of the best spells in the game. It doesn't need any kind of breeding to get to that level. It doesn't need, like, finicky, pedigrees or anything. It's just a very strong monster that you get right out the gate.
Hell yeah.
All of the other boss monsters you get in the game, you might, not want to keep them. You might want to breed them into better ones. The dragon will be like your mainstay for half the game.
Oh, that's tight. That's a cute callback.
Yeah, because, dragons are just generally really good.
Yeah.
This
Also,
is actually a boss.
You fight it after you fall into a room that's just like a princess's bedroom where the dragon is keeping her captive, and it's like, oh, you're not.
Oh crap! I died.
Oh.
F-O-E, F-O-E, F-O-E. No?
Oh, I know that song.
And here.
No,
Meow.
I forgot.
Meow, 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 meow,
My
meow,
cat
meow.
is meowing.
Oh, okay. I was just thought you were
Ah,
just meowing.
crap! I
because-
lost so much money.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I could survive of you to meow. I can't really do rabbit noises.
Rabbits,
Do rabbits
make noises.
do rabbits make noises?
They do, but mostly they just scream really loudly.
Yeah.
And
One
if they're
time.
doing that, something has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Ever hear that?
I have heard
That's
it
what the only
once.
noise they make.
It's a
It's
bad
not like
noise.
it's nice.
I was mowing the
Rabbit.
lawn one time
Right?
at a parent's house, and
You can squeak.
Oh, they can squeak?
They don't.
Oh, they don't squeak. Okay, sorry.
Not like mice or guinea pigs.
Cause yeah, I guess one time I was mowing the lawn as a teen, and there was some rabbits that made a little burrow, or they made a hole or something. Yeah, they were living there, I think, or passing by. I forget the details, but like before I could like turn off the lawnmower, right? Like I was stopping, I was about to turn it off, but then I heard that like scream, and it's like, oh wow, so that's what they mean by blood curdling scream, huh?
Yeah.
And it just like stopped me in my tracks.
If
I'm like,
you've
okay,
heard
yeah,
it, you know you've heard it.
like okay, yeah, no, I can see how this can help distract something that could try to eat a bun.
You killed Bugs Bunny, you bitch.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
Not Bugs anymore. You killed him.
I didn't kill Bugs Bunny though.
You fucker, you did!
I did not. Bugs Bunny just got scared. No, what?
What season? Alright then. Anyway,
Fucking murderer. Can't believe we have murderers on the stream.
Mania.
Dracomania. Oh no. For some reason, because of Bugs Bunny and Dracomania, I just remembered Lunatics Unleashed.
Oh god.
Oh, it's unleashed.
It was a
The show
Everything had to be so edgy back in the 90s, and
that was like
not-
late 90s, early 2000s, and it's
Yeah,
just like
'cause in the early 90s, the Looney Tunes were actually pretty popular. They were everywhere. They were in Space Jam. They were on TV all the time. And then they went, yeah, let's capitalize on like dark and edgy superhero stuff.
honestly,
And they made the Lunatics.
like honestly,
And Lunatics is
it's
yeah.
good.
it's what?
Lunatics was like mid 2000s, and everyone knew it was a bad idea. Everyone.
Oh yeah. Now I remember watching some episodes on like a Saturday morning thing of just like there was nothing else on,
But
and I barely remember much about it.
I don't think I ever watched an episode of it because it must have been after my time.
I just decided not to. I was just like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not watching this. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's a good decision. The
Happy
opening
birthday to the
song for it
ground.
was made to be terrible to literally everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
It's
Just like-
bad.
Was
Just
it
like
something
how
with Wrath or Powers?
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, seems about right.
The Roadrunner can run fast.
I like that design.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you,
such a
Lord.
cute design.
Stop your spells.
I want to pet this big bug.
All its spells are disabled, you fuck. Die, you son of a bitch.
The cute bug is now obliterated.
Yes.
Now, speaking of which, I love Pokemon's bug type designs for the most part. They have some really cute ones. Because I like bugs in theory, because they have some cute, or not cute, but like neat adaptations. But like, I don't want bugs to be around me. I don't want them touching me. Like, oh, this bug has some cute things, and like the little dancing spider does cute little dance. I don't want spiders like near me, please, please and thank you.
Prince, please don't sit so close to my chair.
Prince is planning a counterattack.
Yeah, he's
Or an
paying
ambush.
to get hurt,
Oh no.
because I would need to move my chair to get up. And I don't want to hurt him. So, This is definitely taking longer than I thought it would.
Dang. Oh yeah,
Haven't even beaten the first boss.
I remember you saying like, oh yeah, you can get through.
A server, so that you don't have to use the group chat.
Yeah.
The game's just temporary. Call it whatever you want.
Oh, I love the icon you use.
Yeah, I just saw that monster and went, sure, why not?
It's good.
2 cats, 1 bun. Do you know what that's it? You know,
Yes, I know. I grew up with internet access in the late 90s and early 2000s. I know the joke. Well, not really a joke. It's pretty horrifying.
speaking of, did you know that the person who did the meat spin is actually trans?
Good for her.
I've learned about that. Yeah. Good for her.
Yeah, it was just, what? It's one of those, huh? Facts that's also like, oh, I haven't thought about this in a while. It's just like, huh? Oh! The manual for The World
Nope.
Ends With You references meat spin. The American manual, at least.
The what?
The American manual for The World Ends With You references meat spin.
It does?
Yes.
Huh. I'm taking a moment to process that, but no. Speaking of things that just kind of make you do a double take, remember the one time the Falco dude replied to like a post or a tweet you made or something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that the guy who commissions all the Falco fan art?
Yeah.
Tilda
That guy.
P11 something something.
You actually remember his Twitter handle or whatever? Or
No.
handle?
I remember the first part of it.
Cause yeah, I remember when that happened, just like losing my mind, cause like, oh wait, it's the Falco guy, cause I never really paid attention much to like, well, for one, Falco as much as a character, but like, I just never really grew up on Star Fox, but I was aware of like the Falco art and like, oh, there's a lot of like that keeps popping up in places, and then it's just like you idly mentioning the Falco
It's
guy,
one guy
and like
who's yeah.
then like he just replies. I think it was something like hello or sup, and it's like,
You
wait,
just
what?
like the post.
Yeah, I think he's a like surgeon or something, and he's just got a ton of money from that.
Yeah, I think a
I may be
dentist or
mistaken.
like in dental health field.
He's, a medical professional who just happens to spend all of his disposable income on.
Man, speaking
Yeah.
of, I kind of need some dentistry.
Oh, don't we
Same.
all? I was meant to get a filling like 2 years ago now.
Oh no.
Filling, I got a filling, I never got a crown on it, so that's probably not going to hold forever.
I lost a tooth. It just sort of
Hey.
decayed into nothingness.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't like talking about teeth because
Yeah, the same.
Yeah. So speaking of teeth, how are the stop spell's pretty good,
Stop
honestly.
picking his teeth.
The stop spell is really good. That said, I love later game series. I think 3 also does. Yeah, I think 3 or 4 is the example I'm thinking of that comes to mind of like sometimes you'll see like weaker enemies that you meet early on that have like one of the first things they do is like do stop spell, or oh, this they do a funny little dance and you can't use spells for a few turns, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna beat you up. But then later you'll see them comboed with like stronger enemies, and it's like, oh, you're actually doing something with the lower level enemies to make them more interesting. With,
Yeah, that's pretty
with
cool.
encounters. That's actually fun. That's really fun to just not like completely make them like absolutely obsolete, but just like, yeah, that's neat
Yeah.
to just combo things like that.
God, Dragon Quest 3 is so awesome.
I'm trying
Some
to,
people apparently don't like it, which, I mean, fine, but I just don't get it. Why you don't?
I'm trying to remember. I know some of the early Dragon Quests had like. I know one thing I didn't like about some of the early Dragon Quests was like some weird, like racist design nonsense. Like I know there were some that were like straight up,
Oh yeah.
like blackface looking caricatures. I'm like, oh, I hate this.
Mr. Popo.
I think
Yeah.
it was like called like cursed like witch doctors too, or some BS like that. I'm like, oh, this, like this could have been much better if you just didn't have these dudes, or if you had like
Yeah.
any other design. Like,
This sucks, man.
This does. But like, but other than that, though, I remember really enjoying those Dragon Quest games. It just remember felt like a gut punch, just like seeing that, just like, oh, this is here, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I'm trying to remember what the okay. I'm trying to mentally go over the timeline of Dragon Quest. Okay, Dragon Quest 1, this adventure, trying to defeat the Draco Lord, the Lord of the Drakes. And then second one is like in the future of this kingdom or whatever. Like the three, I forgot what their titles were. I think there was like a prince and like the two other heirs, and like one's like the fighter. Like one's like the fighter, the other's like the cleric, and the other and like
Oh
the
yeah.
third one was like a mage. And I remember liking that one a lot.
Yeah, the third one is like the first girl character you get in Dragon Quest. And she was the
Yeah.
mage. And then somehow was more defensive than the paladin. Who was
Yeah.
just... He would just die every battle.
Yeah, the cleric dude. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, it felt like he was supposed to be kind of like a paladin, but he was more of like a healer.
Like, the
Cleric
Game Boy
type.
Color version, which is the version I'm playing, calls him a paladin. But, like, later
Oh.
versions call him, like, something else. Some weird name that I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, because he's definitely not a paladin. He's more of a healer. He like
I'm a
Just-
healer, but
Oh, great. Now that reminded me of one of the spells I think clerics tend to get in the Dragon Quest series of just
Swoosh.
sacrifice. You just annihilate yourself. you just annihilate yourself and then defeat all your enemies or something, or like do big damage or something. And I'm like, ah, yes, I'm never gonna use that spell.
I'm covered in bees! The bee
a
bombs.
normal family picnic. This looks like a job for Dr. Bees. A massive influx of bees should help.
Yeah, you gotta link that sometime.
You know
And
what? Since I have summoned both of you to a server, which is currently named for a shock video,
Speaking of shocks,
You
the
was shocked.
economy. The
Right.
economy is a shock.
I depends on how well you how much your definition of shock in terms of shock videos, but okay.
Oh, we can cast
what?
a spell to go outside.
Oh yeah, the spell of I want to go back home. I want to get out of here.
Well, that's just getting out of the dungeon. We don't have the go back home
The
spell yet.
tricks. You don't have to stay anywhere. Nobody can stop you. The sheer zone. I have no idea what it's talking about half the time, but that is still a classic.
Let's see here. What was I gonna say? I got distracted by thinking of is the economy a shock? Also,
Yeah,
I
the
love the
economy is
design of
a shock.
Dr. Peas.
I have, in my professional career, I have been through 3 once-in-a-lifetime economic crashes.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
same.
No, yeah.
Like, I'm 31 years old. Like, I am
I am
incredibly
29.
old by the standards of the BB gun show. But still, not that old. Nah, I'm about the same age as Ree.
Oh, Ryu's 31?
I think she's about 30. I don't know. I wouldn't speculate on her age. I say
Yeah,
I'm about the same age as her. She actually gets the references I made.
References does not mean age.
Yeah, but
Like, for example,
given
Sephiroth
we're both
Goku's a Stampede. That was a reference. Do you get it?
yeah, I get it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, you do?
Very funny one though. Yeah, it's a freelance astronauts one.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, though, maybe I
F-Zero
shouldn't be
thing or
saying hell
something.
yeah, but, you know.
Well, it's YouTube,
Oh, you
and
can say hell here.
we can
Yeah,
say
this
hell
is a-
here. Like,
Yeah.
Like, just because I don't
the
swear
worst
much,
is
but
you
yeah,
won't
I
be
can.
monetized, which
Oh,
is something I
no.
don't. Yeah, which is like I love seeing that whenever I like upload videos to my YouTube channel for archiving my streams, and it's like oh, if you set things to this, you can't monetization. I'm like, oh no, I can't say fuck because I won't get money from YouTube that I would need.
I can't get the
10,000
motherfucking money. By the way, don't...
10,000 subscribers.
I am never
I'm
gonna
like-
make any money from YouTube ads.
By the way, donate to my Ko-Fi coffee.
I already did.
Oh, you
I
did?
might actually be the person single-handedly funding it half the time.
Well, there's the other person who funds it. Did you donate
Yeah,
today?
there are people. Not today. Just a few times in the past. I'm mostly exaggerating the comic effect.
Well,
I love how this called, I guess, God, I hate saying this term, but call to action for the the turn of the more literal, or not literal, but like personally, of just like pay for my coffee. No, sorry, brain's kind of fried, but y'all get what I mean. I hope.
yes.
Yeah. Also, anyone watching this later, give Dark Wizard James Mason your money.
Yeah, I'm
Do it.
pretty hungry right now.
All your money. At the gay
For-
bar, gay bar. Gay...
This could be a gay bar.
I mean, yeah,
Let's start a war.
considering who we are.
Know what? Since we're linking videos, I need to link a fun one.
I'm just linking Dr. Bees because he was yelled at for not linking Dr. Bees.
Why don't you two make Ko-Fis and I can just, like, put them in the video description?
It's on my link
Because
tree.
I don't
I
like
have one.
taking money, giving people my name, and I
Yeah.
don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
need it. There are better people to donate to than me. I'm
Well,
reasonably well off.
Ko-Fi,
When birds
people-
aren't breaking into my house, I am, absolutely fine here.
well, Ko-Fi, people won't know your name if they donate through that.
I know your name
that's-
because it shows me it every time I donate. As I, cover it up because I don't want to see, people's names, or they don't want to tell me.
Yeah, the the trans ritual of ignoring each other's
I do not see
dead
it.
names. I do not see it. And also, I linked.
Very possible you know what my name was. And also get exactly why I hate having to spell it to people every day.
Yeah.
I guess the
Oh.
spell. Okay, what was I gonna do? Well, I could grind up to get the steel armor. I'm very close to it.
Yeah, you
The
can stream
plate
for
mail?
nearly 3 hours.
Yeah, almost 4.
Spent that time grinding.
Yeah, but I am super close to
Yeah,
it.
it says started streaming 2 hours ago. But not fresh. Yep.
Oh, wow,
3 hours ago.
I should refresh as well.
And I think there's
Ow,
only
ow, 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 ow,
me
ow,
and
ow.
one other person watching. Because I'm watching the chat.
Cast Radiant.
There's 3 viewers watching. As
3
of,
concurrent
yeah.
viewers.
Are you also in the chat?
I'm looking at the chat, but I'm not logged in or anything. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, it counts.
Fart
So
around in the
you're
chat.
streaming to an audience of at most 2 people.
No,
You know, it's more than I get on my streams, I don't mind.
Yeah,
Oh.
I
It's
generally
fine.
don't get people in my chats.
Oh, not
No.
either.
I love that either. But yeah, I tend to get a few when I do my Twitch streams. That said, I remember when I was finishing Just Cause 4, it was the perfect storm of none of my friends being available to watch me stream it. So
Storm,
of being able to not really have an audience for it, and I was just like, I remember feeling like really down. I wasn't having the best day, but I'm like, no, what, streaming can cheer me up. Hopefully there'll be
Yeah.
an audience and people can talk, but like,
The
just
last time I
everyone was
tried to stream, it just felt like nobody was watching. I just lost interest halfway through a game I was playing.
See, that's why you gotta not care about anything ever.
Yeah. That's not great advice for me because yeah, you've seen what happens when I
But yeah, that said, I know recently I've been streaming Nuclear Throne.
Nuclear Throne?
And yeah.
Yeah.
And that gets a few viewers, and of course there's people that watch it, that like look at the stream like after I finish streaming. So I'm glad people are enjoying that, and it can be hard to talk during that because like like if I can make affiliate or something, or like stream a bit more sometime in the future, or like more days in the future, whatever, that'd be great. But also, streaming's a weird thing of playing video games, but also having to be entertaining to an audience, other than just being so awesome and elite at video games like I am, totally all the time.
yeah, I don't really feel like I can be that interesting by myself.
I know I've gotten better at it. I'm just doing it more. But yeah, I know some, like especially Nuclear Throne. That game is like a lot. It's very hectic, so it's like it can be hard to like focus on talking if like no one is like talking in chat.
Yeah, it is a roguelike where you're very likely to die at any given moment.
Yeah.
Why don't you invite me to your stream next time so I can comment on it?
What is this? A crossover episode?
It could be. Not sure. I'm just kind of worried about my weird PC because my PC is a budget gaming PC from 2012. So it's kind of old. It's kind of really old. And like, there's a lot of games I can play perfectly fine. Like, I can play Just Cause 2, you know, with pretty good settings, and it looks plenty fine. But like, there's several games I can play, but like streaming and playing a video game.
Goldman!
These are
Ooh.
great.
Goldman! It is a
'Cause
gift from me to you.
Because yeah, if you take these.
Here comes gold, glitter and gold. Here comes gold, glitter and gold. Doesn't it make me a sight to behold?
So yeah, those guys are worth a lot of money.
I'll stop singing Gem and the Holograms.
Oh,
Don't.
that was from. I love Gem and the Holograms. I haven't watched too much of it, but I really
have
love the.
watched surprisingly little of it.
I just
Oh,
love the glam rock.
I've downloaded like fan remix albums of it. 'Cause the songs are surprisingly good.
Yeah, no, the songs are actually like really good.
Especially the Misfits, their songs really are better.
Yeah,
The Stingers have some good ones. Gem
This is
has
try to
the
murder.
lowest portion of good ones, but you know, because she has so many of the songs, yeah.
yeah. Oh hey, Dark Wizard James. Actually, no what? Question.
Yeah?
Should I just refer to you as like James Mason or the full title
No,
Dark
you have to
Wizard
say
James
the
Mason?
the full thing every time.
Backwards.
I don't.
Damn. Anyway.
You can just call me Dark, though.
Alright, Dark.
Samsamash Raziv Quat? I forgot what I was going to ask you.
Well, Dark, do you have the GPS thing from the princess yet? I forgot
No,
how
not
far
yet.
you are.
I have to
'Cause-
get to the princess first.
Oh yeah, I forgot that the dragon
Roasted
hadn't
me.
been. Yeah, and I don't think you're gonna try for the same strat I did of get lucky, put it to sleep, because it's not immune to sleep. It just has high resistance to it, and then beat the shit out of it.
I just
While
got
it's
really
passed out.
good gear. So I'm just gonna beat the shit out of it.
All right, good luck.
And hopefully not die.
Because, yeah, I remember when I was going through this, I was like, how much do I want to grind? The answer was very little, so I was like, no, what? I have the sleep spell. And I can, like, the dungeon to get to the dragon isn't really tough for me, so I think I'll hold off on grinding, and I think I'll try this for a few times and see if it works. And, like, I think the third or fourth time, it, like, panned out. And I'm like, haha, I got incredibly lucky. I really shouldn't have won, but I got lucky, put it to sleep, had 3 crits on it, it woke up, and then was able to just kill it with a normal hit. Or like 1 or 2 normal hits before it wiped the floor with me. So, good times.
I'm trying to keep from leveling too much in Dragon Quest XI, and fights are pretty hard, pretty rough.
Speaking of leveling too much, have you ever played in those games that scale up enemies to your level, but
Oh,
do
yeah.
it
Yeah?
so badly that they become impossible to beat, like Oblivion?
Or Sonic
Yeah.
Chronicles.
As long as you never go to sleep in Oblivion, you never level up,
But you have
and
to like
enemies never become stronger.
you have to level up
Except-
at least once.
You don't.
You do. There's at least one mandatory time
Oh.
you have to sleep to finish the main story.
Ah,
However, the thing is, every 3 levels, the category of enemies increases to, you know, more difficult ones. Except that doesn't necessarily map to your combat skills increasing, or any of your
Yep.
skills, really. You might, you know, get extra speech, but that's not going to help you when demons start spawning. Or, not demons, what are they called in
or
Oblivion?
Daedra.
Daedra,
Where like
that's the one.
stronger Daedra, other than like the imps, show up, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh,
Conversely, since you're likely to finish the game at level 3, you can get to the final battle and just the villain's like evil army is just imps because they don't have anything higher level because it's all level scaled.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, save.
Because everything in the game is level scaled, and it is gonna unleash the dragon. Aw,
Yeah.
like that little head tilt.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I love that head tilt.
14 damage.
I believe they're vulnerable to sleep, or at least can be put to sleep, but if you're going to just out-damage them, there's no point.
Yeah.
They're just generally good all-round fighters.
Yeah, it can be put to sleep. It just has high resistance to it, but yeah, just trying to outpace it damage isn't too terrible an idea. Oh, no, real quick, I just want to get back onto D&D for a second, because surprisingly, one of my favorite editions of D&D to learn about, though it has plenty of its own problems, is actually 4th edition.
Oh yeah,
Like,
4th edition. They took a big risk on that and immediately walked it back with 5th edition. So
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily the wrong thing to do at the time.
but yeah, there's a lot of people that got upset because it changed so much very quickly. But honestly, I think there's a lot of things that it did for the better, or concepts at least it introduced for the better, like healing
Yeah.
surges. At first I was like, oh, that seems weird, but then after playing D&D for years, I'm like, oh no, that's good actually,
By
because
the
the
way,
idea,
Yeah, it gives
just
everyone
healing.
a standard resource.
and also,
We just got the
you
go
defeated
home
dragon.
spell.
nice.
Yeah, actually, this is the exact room in Dragon Warrior Monsters, except the princess goes, "Oh, well, you're not the hero I'm waiting for, just go home for now." And goes back to sleep.
Oh, that's great.
Because you fight the dragon, and then it's got the little bedroom afterwards. Oh,
Anyway, I'm literally
cute.
kidding.
There's a sprite for that.
That's cute.
Let me just get into a fight to show
You
off
could have
something
just
funny.
had her fall behind you. Like most games do that, and you don't think it's too weird.
I'm clearly using the princess to fight. Just using her as a club.
Bonk. Just bonk a ghost with a
Grab by the
princess.
hair and swing her for the air. Twist my sister. Twist. Wait.
Anyway, what were you talking about with Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, healing
D&D
surges. 4th edition. Right. The idea of a healing surge is that it was a resource that you can have for some healing before, you take a long rest to fully heal up. But every healing surge was another thing I should point out is that there's conditions for when you could use the healing surge. Like, especially in combat, it's like there's either specific spells, or you can take a second wind once per encounter to use up a healing surge to as a main action to heal. But the thing about them that was actually really good is that a single healing surge is worth 1/4 your total hit points. So it's actually a substantial amount of healing. And I mentioned that because there's a lot of times where in middle of combat or even out of combat of trying to heal in D&D 5e, where you just get a really low roll, or it's just incredibly costly spell wise to try to outpace the damage you're getting hit with, and it's just it doesn't feel worth it to try to heal in combat other than some very specific spells like Healing Word, which you can do without using your main action in combat, and it heals barely anything comparatively. But
Yeah, that's free action. Or
in D&D,
bonus action, really.
if you get knocked, if your health gets knocked below, your total hit points, but not more than 1.5 times your maximum in a single attack, which is just massive damage and your character's dead, then like you can still be brought up. Like if you get healed even 1 hit point, you're back up and you can fight. Don't think about what a hit point means or represents. Don't worry about it. So it's like, other than like healing word, it's hard to justify trying to heal someone mid-combat, or it's this weird game, like meta game you're playing of like, I guess I should try to wait out the combat before trying to heal people because it's just like not worth it. So, but having a healing surge where it's like, you can use like a cleric or whatever can use a spell and like do like a little like potentially have some options that are like small healing, or it's like, you can allow someone to use a healing surge and do some additional healing on top of that, and it's like, it's actually way more like useful to do in a turn-based combat system, because in an MMO, healing can be like its own exciting thing. Like, there's a lot in different games, kind of more like non-turn-based games, it can be something to do. But if you have character classes, like the cleric, that are kind of heavily based around healing as one of like the things they should be doing, then it kind of sucks if you like go to heal someone. Like, okay, I healed you 6 points of damage, and then they get hit with like 20 points of damage, and it's like, and like, that was a perfectly good use of a turn.
Even worse if you healed him.
So should we like call it here?
Yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been about
It is
4.
1 a.m. now.
Where you are, at least. It's
When
like
the BB gun show
8:07.
usually ends.
Then yeah, I
8:07
think
here.
7. I see 8:12. What?
12 here. How are you losing
Oh.
5 minutes?
Oh,
How do
because
you
my
live in 5
computer. Yeah, it's 8:12 on my phone. Yeah.
Okay. Huh. But yeah, this feels like a good place to stop for now.
Yeah.
And this has been fun, just kind of shooting the shit, vibing. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
guess.
had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I guess we can just call it here. So.
I just wish the final thing wasn't talking about healing surgery. But then again, this is what people come to this video for.
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know why anyone would come to this video.
For 3 nerds rambling
Talking about
and having
nothing
fun.
for 4 hours.
Well, that's about it. So, I guess, what should we say as our outro?
Forfeit all material possessions to Dark Wizard James Mason.
Destroy
No.
capitalism.
Destroy capitalism, actually. I think that would... And, yeah. Destroy capitalism. Good night, everyone.
Hey everyone, destroy capitalism.
Bye.